Good. This is a virtual meeting of the Somerville Historic Preservation Commission. It is 6:51 on Tuesday, May 18th, 2021. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, MGL Chapter 30A, number 18, and the Governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, as well as Mayor Curtatoni's declaration of emergency dated March 15, 2020, this meeting of the Historic Preservation Commission, HPC, will be conducted via remote participation. We will have an audio recording available upon request as soon as possible after the meeting. So I'd like to declare this meeting open. And I'd like to start by introducing ourselves. My name is Alan Bingham. I'm currently the chair of the Somerville Historic Preservation Commission. I'm a resident of Ward 6 and a historic homeowner. Eric.
I'm Eric Parks, resident of Ward 3. I'm an architect.
Okay. Dick.
I'm Dick Bauer. I also live in Ward 3. I'm an attorney and I was trained as a city planner.
Robin.
Hi, I'm Robin Kelly. I'm the Realtor representative on the commission. I'm also a historic homeowner in Union Square.
And Adam.
Hi, I'm Adam Wiley, resident of Ward 2. I am a general contractor and construction manager.
And staff.
I'm Sarah White, senior planner with the City of Somerville in zoning and preservation.
Wendy Chekowitz, preservation planner and planner for the City of Somerville.
Okay, good. Well, what I'd like to do is I'd like to move on with the agenda. And the first thing we have is an advisory review of 438 Broadway, the Adams Magoon House. Is the owner of the Adams Magoon House online?
Let me see, Mr. Chairman. Patricia Matthews, yes. So, Patricia, I've unmuted you on our end. If you could unmute yourself on your phone or on your computer, that would be great.
Are you there, Trish?
Charlotte, can you by any chance step in a little bit, do you think?
Patricia Matthews. Yeah, it looks like she logged off, which would be an issue on their end rather than on our end.
Right. So, Mr. Chairman, can I recommend that maybe if she's offline, that we skip to the next item, which is a memorandum of agreement for 24 Webster. And then if we see her come back online again, then we'll pull her back online.
What a good idea. Let's do that. Let's move on to the MOA for 24 Webster Avenue. Has everybody had a read of this memorandum of MOA?
And so, Mr. Chairman, Craig Nicholson is here for 24 Webster Ave. If you have any questions for him. Charlotte, I'm going to let you, if you don't mind, take care of the muting and unmuting, just so like we don't end up being at cross purposes, if you don't mind.
Happy to.
So the applicant is here. They're aware you might not have any questions, and this is really discussion amongst yourselves.
Well, the one question I have on the MOA, and it's the same with the MOA for 129 Boston Avenue, the last paragraph before their signature, it looks like we are missing a closing bracket.
Oh, well, we can fix the closing bracket very easily.
Yes. Minor point.
That's fine. Any discussion among the commission?
This is Charlotte speaking. Eric, it looks like you're muted on your
Alan
end.
is satisfied with it with the bracket fixed. I'm satisfied.
I just figured that out. I'm silent. Thank you. I looked it over just again. I mean, it's fine. I think the only thing that would be nice is if the photos include shots taken after the siding has been stripped off, so we can be a reflection of what is actually original. And I was just kind of trying to look through again to see if I missed some text that say that, but if not, we could just sort of request that be done.
Craig, can you hear us?
Yes.
So did you catch that, Craig, that some additional photos that the commission would like would be once the siding is taken off, if you could take some photos of what is underneath the siding so they can see either what's original or what's been changed?
Yes, that's fine with me. Happy to do that.
Okay. Okay, I can add that to the MOA then.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, so the applicant has noted that he's happy to take photos of the building after the current siding is removed so that we can get an idea of either what was original or what's been changed. So I can add that to the MOA.
Please. Apart from that, is there any further discussion on this MOA? Robin? Dick? Adam, do you have anything to add?
No, just that I agree with Eric's idea for the photos. But other than that, it looks good.
All right then. Let's put that to the vote. All those in favor of accepting that MOA with the additions noted by Eric, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and I'll do the roll call as well. Eric,
Yes.
Dick,
Yes.
Adam,
Yes.
Robin.
Yes.
Okay, and I say yes too. Okay, good. Let's move on to 129 Boston Avenue then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Craig.
My comment about the closing bracket goes for that too.
Very good.
Any other discussion, Eric?
Eric, are you muted again?
Yes, I happen to be in a room that gets a lot of street noise, so I'm trying to be polite. I have no comments.
Dick, any thoughts? Robin?
I'm good.
All right.
Nothing to add.
Okay, then hearing that, let's put that to the vote. We're voting to accept the MOA for 129 Boston Avenue. All those in favor, please say aye, and then I'll do the roll call. Aye.
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 Okay, Eric,
Yes.
Dick,
Yes.
Adam,
Yes.
Robin,
Yes.
and I say yes too. Okay. Good. Let's move on now to, is Trish back online for 438 Broadway?
She is, Mr. Chairman.
Well, let's do that now.
All right. Charlie, want to try unmuting Trish?
Yes, Patricia Matthews, you are unmuted.
Good. Would you like to talk to us about this, Trish?
Trish?
Can you hear me all?
Yes, now
Yes.
we can. Thank you.
Hi, Sarah.
How are you?
See you again. Thank
Nice
you
to
for
see
the
you as well.
emails.
Sure thing.
Some of you look familiar from years ago. I've been at 438 Broadway here, Sarah, the Adams Magoon House, 25 years now. So I'm here to talk about windows. I've got a whole stack of brochures. Started this process looking when Christy Chase was still working on the commission, and that's where I'm at, is just talking about getting some window changes in here because they are probably 35 years old, and the rain is extremely severe. It's actually what I refer to with Sarah as my emergency windows. I had videos of dripping water. It's heart-wrenching. I don't know if you could see me or just hear me at this time. You can just hear me.
We could just hear
Yeah,
you.
just hear you.
Okay. It is heart-wrenching is what I'm saying. When the rain comes, it's now, it needs to happen. So I'm looking for whatever advice you want to give me. Christy Chase had kind of sent me towards Pella, and Harvey Window in Burlington. I have one window on the Broadway side, one of the Broadway sides. I don't know who's familiar with my house, but it's the corner closest to Glenwood, next to the lawyer's office.
Okay.
And there are two windows, top and bottom, and those are the most original. I would say they're original, individual pane glass and all that. And that's where I saw the water coming in from above and dripping down, and my son discovered the puddle down the steps. So it's bad. So that's the best example of what the house window should look like. And when I compared pictures to the Pella, I have to say that has been the best match that I've seen in person. But of course, if you have any thoughts, and of course, we're looking at doing the windows that are the 6/9 as it is on that corner of the house.
Trish, I have a question for you.
Sure.
This is Alan Bingham.
Yeah.
When I look at the house from the street, I
Yep.
notice that there are two small windows on the upper side of the house in the gable end, and they look like 6/6s. They're probably in the attic.
Yes, the attic.
Okay, is that a living space? Is that an unheated space, or are they
It's,
original windows?
Yeah, it's unheated. I've always referred to it as the maid's quarter, imagining that someone was up there at some point. In fact, I have found a signature only in the recent years that says John C. Magoon on the wall. So that is very much the original horsehair plaster and all that. So those windows are, I think they were jimmied in there to fit. And at some point we had someone kind of reglaze them and put them back, but they're not at all original. They were, like I said, fit. I'm talking with my hands. I'm Italian, and you all don't know that I'm doing that. So I'll just let you know.
Okay, the windows themselves, what are the original windows? Are there any original windows left?
I would say just the two that I was mentioning that are on visible from the Broadway side. So Alan, where you were just talking about the gable, that would be the original house, but the add-on, I'm guessing 1860s-ish. I gauge that by the chimney, but I don't know. Anyway, the added wing in the back is the one with the two windows with the separated glass glazed original.
No, those are 6/6.
No, those are the 6/9.
They're reversed. They should be 9/6. The 9 goes on the top.
Well, in
But-
this house, it does do 6/9.
Yeah, I think it was installed improperly. I have a house from the same, actually, even earlier than yours. And like if the 9 goes on top, the 6 goes on the bottom. And then sometimes there would be, 6/6 would come later. Roughly, there would be an overlap of periods. So I think that one of the things that might help is we get those installed the right way as well. And
Yeah,
that'll
well,
be
yeah, when someone comes in, that would be great. If anyone wanted to come and see the way they are, I did send one of the pictures
Mhm.
is similar to mine, the 6/9 that was on a tavern in Lexington. I
Mhm.
identify with Lexington because that's where I worked for many, many,
Yep.
many years. So,
Yep.
yeah, so it's hard to, that I get to see more people.
Yeah, I believe this is the second oldest house still existing in Somerville.
Yes.
Yeah.
Behind the Tubbs
Okay.
house, yes.
The two
This
issues, which is the
this is-
style. Sorry, I cut somebody off.
No, that's okay. Go ahead, Eric.
It seems like the two issues. One is the style, appropriate look of the window, and the other is the leaking.
Yeah.
Windows aren't supposed to leak, and is it only during a driving rain where they're getting into, or is it just always that they leak?
I'm going to say always. I can, this style of the house and the way the windows are, they, how do I say it? They jut out a couple inches. So it gives this more 3D effect. How do I explain? So most newer homes, the window is flush with the side of the house. That is not the case with the windows in this house. The profile of the window sticks out a bit. Maybe that's why people walk by and say, oh, look, that's different than what I'm used to seeing.
Tricia, is that the window or is that the storm that's on the outside of the window?
Are you looking at any of the pictures?
No.
Okay. On the outside is a storm window on top of what I refer to as the original window.
I'm looking at them now, and I'm looking at the part of the house that faces out onto Broadway.
Okay.
And it appears to me that these are windows that are just set up ordinarily with casings around them, but have
Right.
storm windows on the outside, with the exceptions of the 6/6s that are in the maid's quarters attic area.
Yes.
So I'm not sure, Eric, you could probably respond better on this one. This looks like they're either the original casings and sills or have been replaced in kind.
Yeah. So if we address just the two windows that we're talking about over there, I think the storm window is screwed to the outside, and it was a aluminum storm placed on the outside.
Right.
I have not been able to open those windows for 20 something years. They were painted, and I was not part of that, unfortunately, and they were painted shut. So the storm windows on the outside. So the thing about that window is different from all the other windows that were installed, let's just say 35 years ago, since I've been here 25. And I know that the Mandels had put the house on the historic register or got it on the historic register after they changed the windows. So that might have been, you probably know this better than me, somewhere in the records, 80, 86, 89, I'm not really sure. But the point about the other windows, the guy who came recently, and I'm waiting for a quote, and he works with the Pella windows, or any of the brands actually. He said the windows that are in most of the house that are giving me problems right now are stock windows. So they've settled. The house settles, the windows settle. They were just old. Many of the windows are like a guillotine, and you gotta have the wood, and I have everything jimmied up so that the windows stay open. So they were wood on the inside, and if you come by the house or even look at the pictures, I don't know if you can, that I've sent over to Sarah, they're not even a pretty version of the light windows that, you know, we all would like the house to have. So they stuck pieces of wood on the inside to make it look like it had different lights, individual lights. And of course, all those pieces have broken, and I can't move the screens up and down anymore. I can't open the windows in a lot of cases. I don't clean them because I'm afraid if I pull the window open, it's a double hung window. And I'm just afraid I'm not going to get it back in. So
Alan, may I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
So we don't have a report or anything in front of us to actually review or provide specific opinion about. So I'm unclear as to what information or what we're actually doing right now, because it doesn't sound like we have anything to actually review or make a decision about.
Well, what this is basically an advisory review, Robin. This isn't an application at this point in time to change the windows. This is an advisory review so that the applicant, the owner, can go back and look at what the options are from a historic perspective, bearing in mind that this is an 18th century home and it's a rare commodity now in the city. And it's on the National Register as well as being a historic district. So she's here basically just to ask for our inputs as to which way she should go. And she's interested in looking at CPA funding for this.
Okay.
And she would come back before us with an application for the windows. But we need to advise her, and that's what she's here for, as to what she should be looking for.
Okay.
All right.
And to be clear, that is full stop replacement, remove the storms, remove the existing windows, put in new windows, or is this a question of putting in better storm windows, making whatever repairs to the exterior wood components that may also be leaking, and then restoring any of the old windows?
I could speak to that if you'd like.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so with the profile that I was just mentioning with the house, the historic nature of the house, the profile that kind of juts out from the wall of the house,
Mm-hmm.
there is that means obviously at the top of the window, it's sticking out about 2 inches.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, there's the potential to look at those spots to see what's going on under there and how much of it is protecting the window. I know that some of the windows have had a lead, what do you call it? No, I can't find the word right now. Like a lead piece, or now, of course, it's aluminum, like a siding, a sheeting, kind of
Flashing.
flashing. Thank you.
Yep.
And it is inserted kind of under the clapboard.
Yep.
And makes a little bit of a drip edge.
Yeah.
So that is failing in a lot of these windows. It might also be why it's so precarious with that little water sitting at the top of the window. You know, I'm just, I think it's honestly just time to put in decent windows that work.
So it
And-
sounds as though no one's really taken a full comprehensive look at the structure around the windows to determine, are the windows failing or is it a failure of flashing and
oh, sorry, Robin.
sills and trim? Because it seems that even if you put in a brand new window, if the flashing, you know, if there's not proper flashing and, you know, the wood is deteriorated, you're still going to have leaking. So the window itself, the sashes aren't going to do much for you if the structure they're being put into isn't complete and intact. I mean, Adam, you're probably much better able to speak.
I can continue speaking on that, actually, from what I'm sorry. I've had, obviously, when a window person comes in, well, someone might come in and I've tried to have many quotes, but that's a difficult process because they see the house and then they say, oh, I can't help you. And I never get a quote. So when I work with someone like Jim Shields, who I happen to be in touch with, we're looking at the Pella Architect series. He and I talked about.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Have you spoken with a general contractor, not just a window salesperson?
Yeah. So the next thing I was going to say was Jim from Three Sons Window is a general contractor. So he would be the guy who, when he gets in there, it's kind of like it's opening up that can of worms. We all know the old house issue. You don't really know what's behind there, but the idea is the newer windows. If I've watched my neighbors get brand new windows and I say, oh, that's what they do. They put in maybe a rubber sheeting. I don't know what would work with for this house, how that works with a newer window and making it more modern where we're not seeing it. I'm not a contractor, but what I've seen is it's tightly sealed. And I am guessing whatever sealing there had been, it just doesn't exist in the windows that I have now. Oops, sorry about that.
I think, Robin, what you were getting at was really what is wrong with this and are we looking to fix the right problem?
It seems there needs to be a higher level examination of what's going on, and that it's probably not just, someone looking.
Window people want to sell windows.
Contract needs to look at this.
I would be so happy if someone from the commission, I'm not sure which one has the contracting experience, but I would be so happy to talk to that person and or have them stop by.
Sorry, I've been in and out with technical things, but I've caught most of it. This is Adam Wiley, and I am contractor and consultant.
And
I've worked on a lot of window replacement projects, and recently I was fortunate enough, a client asked me to do a study of restoration of existing windows versus replacement of new windows.
Okay.
So first and foremost, like Robin was saying, I think you need to address the source of the water issue to find out that if it's the window itself or maybe something around the window. And then the second part is you really need to, on a house of this age, you really need to prove that the windows are what they say beyond reasonable repair, which means you either are replacing, more than 75% of the window itself, or they're just not repairable. But you'd be surprised, some projects I've worked on, and there's great companies in the area that will actually restore existing windows really well, and they'll be just as energy efficient. The cost will be lower, and you get to keep the existing window. That all being said, I'm having trouble understanding exactly how many are original versus not. So a lot of them are covered with different types of storm windows, and it's really hard to tell. So I think a starting point is a report that shows how many windows are original, how many are of
Only two.
It's definitely a total of two, because it's,
Yeah.
I'm seeing through the storm windows, and this is just on Google Maps, some more divided lights. But I think there needs to be a report of the condition of the current windows, showing that they're beyond repair. And then I guess in this case, if there really are only two original, we'd have to decide whether or not it makes sense to keep those. But it sounds like maybe replacement is the way to go if there's kind of a hodgepodge. So
Adam, can I know you said you were in and out a little bit. I did mention that the windows that I'm guessing are about 35 years old, not part of the two originals. Those windows are have a fake divided light to them, and so what you're seeing potentially on Google Maps is storm windows halfway up and down, and also the wood, what do you call it, grate, or that looks the part.
They're called muntins.
What are mutton?
Muntins.
Muttons.
Yeah, with an N. Yeah.
Oh, okay, muttons. And I like what you said about the windows, the two original windows. I would be so happy if there was a way we could keep those two windows and they could be reworked, because they do have so much more character. I'm sad I wasn't here when the windows were changed up.
I guess to that point, my other suggestion would be, again, because of the age of your house and the importance, there are local companies that would actually replicate the existing windows a lot closer than Pella could, and I think for a cost that wouldn't be that much different than the Pella Architectural Series, and I think that's an option to pursue. Sarah, I always forget whether or not we can suggest companies, so we can talk about it after, but we can provide resources for you to find companies that can actually make windows locally to match the existing. And I think with your house, that could be a really good route to go.
A question for you, Adam.
Asking for CPA money for it. Right.
Adam, in a case like this, I assume you'd want to do something that involves just replacing the sashes and keeping the frame, because that's sort of one and the same as the building at this point. Like if you were to put in a full frame replacement in a house like this, where it's post and beam and all kinds of stuff.
Yes.
How would you see that?
I think you're exactly right. Doing replacement sashes and sealing everything up is the way to go to keep everything as original, and also to reduce kind of the can of worms effect and the cost.
I'm just worried that the windows that are there now are far from historically pretty or accurate, and only two of them play the correct role, the two on the Broadway side. Otherwise, like I said, the attic windows, I think they were shimmied in there to fit. I don't know what was there before. The 2 windows on the side of the house, and the rest of them are stock windows, age 35-ish years old. And they're the wrong, oh, and the other problem with those, this is kind of a big deal. I can't believe I forgot this detail. The windows are stock windows. So what they did was come in and put them to the top of the window opening to gain that light at the top to make them appear taller or lighter or whatever. So when you put a window that doesn't match in size, then there was a gap below, roughly 2 inches below.
Hmm.
So on the inside of all my windows, there is a gap that's filled in with a piece of wood. Just normal, non-historic, painted, and then the problem, the water comes in from the top and seeps and sits in what is now a window well.
Just sounds like it was a bodgy job from the start, doesn't it?
Yes. Thank you, Alan. Yes.
The other thing I noticed is that if I look at the back of the house, which looks like a new addition, I'm seeing that you've got some, it looks like there's 2 sets of 3 above, which are casement windows with a fixed pane in the middle.
Yeah. The casement windows.
And then you've got 4 sets of 3 awning windows on a closed-in porch.
Yep. The 1970s porch.
Yeah. Are you looking at those as well? What's the condition of those?
So,
We can't see those from the street, can we?
I'm sorry, say that again?
We cannot see those from the street.
Correct. So the number one, the casement windows were here when I moved in. I think Sam and Netta Mandel had changed those out. So there were 2, and those are Anderson casement windows. I've had to replace a pane of glass. I have done as much woodworking on them as I possibly can. One of them, the one in the middle is wrought. So those aren't pretty. And I hang lots of fleece. I love fleece for keeping the heat on the inside. So back to the 1970 porch, the crank out windows, they are not pretty, but I'm going to be honest, they are awesome. When you leave for days on end and you leave the windows open and it rains, they work really well. But I had a thought. I know that I've done some good work here and the chimneys were rebuilt and we had the roof done, and I got an award for that about 11 years ago. And
Okay.
I'm not going to remove the back porch, I'm sorry, because it is a nice feature from the inside of the house. But changing out those windows on the top to make them blend would be my idea, if
Well,
you're okay with that.
Right at present, we're looking at the windows that are leaking badly, and they're the ones on the front and the side.
Yep.
So just bringing this back to commissioners. Commissioners, can we summarize our recommendations for the homeowner so that she can go to the next step, please? Adam, you had some good suggestions there, as did you, Eric and Robin.
Yeah, this is Adam. I guess I would say start with some kind of simple report that just states and shows that the windows are beyond repair and discusses the fact that there's 2 original. And then I would definitely pursue the option of matching the original. So restoring the 2 original and then finding a local company that could replicate windows to match the existing.
And are you all allowed then to send me in the right direction of someone we can all trust. I
No.
know that you're not, but I thought
No.
I'd ask anyway.
That's okay. It's a worthwhile question to ask. And we can't, because as a government agency, we're just not allowed to make those recommendations, because then it seems
Okay.
like we're endorsing people. And if there's an issue, et cetera, and it could all expand from there. You can see what some of the challenges would be.
Yeah, and I have
However-
to say that's the hardest thing for me, is finding the correct contractor. We certainly made our mistakes early and fixed them along the way, and finally did good when it was time to rebuild those chimneys and put a new roof on.
I mean, the one thing that I can do is say that, I know that these are companies that exist, but I can't say, yes, this one's good, or yes, this one's not so good, or anything like that. I mean, I can tell you who does the work, but it's not a recommendation of any
Is
sort.
it, would it be
Just a
okay if
list of
Adam,
possible people.
would Adam be able to tell me what town or city this company he's Adam, I did see somebody who restored windows, but I think they were in Pennsylvania.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I guess I'll explain. They're all locally. We have some great resources. There are companies that restore existing windows. Those are a little bit easier to find. There's a lot in the area that specialize in it. And then there are companies that will actually build new windows to look like the old ones. So those are what we call fabricators.
Yes.
So I think you're going to need a little bit of both. And I think you're also going to need, the first step is to figure out this water issue from a good general contractor, but then to talk to these companies both about restoring windows. I'll say this, work with somebody that all they do is restore windows, not a general contractor that says that they do just a specific window restoration company, and there's a handful in the area. I can talk to Sarah afterwards about the most appropriate way to maybe point you in the right direction.
Thank you.
And then there are companies that actually build windows locally to match existing. A lot of this comes up, one kind of hint that would put you in the right direction is this comes up a lot in Beacon Hill. They're very, very strict about their windows there, and you can only replace certain kinds with local companies that build them. So they exist.
So I should go and knock on a door.
I'd be happy to follow up with some resources in the appropriate way.
Understood.
I would definitely, step one, I would water issue. Step two, I would look into how to restore the existing, because I think that's something we would like to see. And then before you think about like a Pella, talk to somebody about replicating the old windows, because I think that would look much nicer.
Yeah.
That would be amazing, because I have seen people's replicated windows, just beautiful. They're absolutely beautiful. And the hope is they could be here longer than me.
Well,
No,
Trish,
that would be good.
thank you very much. We've got to move along here.
Thank you, everyone.
but-
Thank you so much.
But Sarah will be back in touch with you.
Yep.
And I know that Adam will confer with Sarah to see if we can point you in a direction on this.
That would be fantastic. Thank you, everyone.
Nice to hear
Thank
you,
you very
Trish.
much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, thank you all. I'd like to move along now further and get into the alteration to local historic district properties and start with HPC.ALT 2021.22, which is Westwood Road, and the applicant is the City of Somerville. Is the applicant here?
Well, I work for the city, but I am not the applicant. That's it clear. Not my project. But I did receive a written request from the applicant, from engineering, this afternoon to withdraw their application. So they are planning on resetting the granite posts in situ and not moving them.
Good. And I know when this came up at CPA, they talked about the brick sidewalk. Did anything come up about that?
So they withdrew that application as well. That doesn't mean that, so what I suggested to them is that they look at installing like brick pavers similar to what they used at the West Branch Library, as we had talked about, and that if the bricks are to be taken up, that they be made available to members of the public to use on their own projects. Hopefully that will be the case. The issue with the purview of the HPC on the brick sidewalks is that the boundaries of the district go to the end of the properties of each of the individual properties in the district, but not out to the public way.
Well, that's very interesting because they wanted to come before us because of the granite gate posts, of which there are
Well-
4, and they're not on private property. There's 2 on private property and two
That's right.
on the curb. So
That's right. And that's what I explained to them too, is that, so there are the 2 on public property, but then the 2 on the private property, basically they have to get permission from the owners of those properties in order to take them up and set them back and straighten them. So in general, the commission wouldn't have had purview over the actual gate posts in the public way either. But the ones on the private, yes.
well, I'd like to comment that the city has done a very good job with the bricks that they put down in the new park or the rebuilt park on the corner of Cutter and Highland.
Mhm.
And Somerville has a history of having brickworks in it.
Mhm.
This is a historic building, the museum, with the historic granite posts. And I think that the brick sidewalk should be replaced in kind with brick if it's going to be replaced.
So that is one of the things that I did mention to them, that that the HPC's design, historic design preferences and historic material preferences would be brick, or like a brick, paver or something of that nature. I did mention the West Branch Library to them, and I will also make a note of the park at the corner of Cutter and Highland so that they have that point of reference as well.
Yes, because they've done a very good job on both of those. I think if we're going to look at a historic building like the museum with the historic granite posts, the plinths, I think that replacing in kind the historic brick sidewalk is something that also should be on the agenda. It's the fabric of the whole thing.
No, I understand what you mean. Yes, and I will communicate that to them again.
Good. Did any of the other commissioners wish to say anything about that? No? Okay. Okay, so they're withdrawing that. I don't think we need to vote on that if they're withdrawing it, do we?
Actually, you do need to accept the withdrawal request. Yes.
Okay. Well, okay, because it's in the agenda.
Correct.
Well, okay. The city has requested a withdrawal of HPC.ALT 2021.22, which is the Westwood Road. Changes that they had suggested. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and I'll do the roll call. It's Eric,
Yes.
Dick,
Yes.
Adam,
Yes.
Robin,
Yes.
and I say yes too. Okay. Let's move along to 64 Meacham Road, which is HPC.ALT 2021.17. The applicant here?
Yes. Charlotte, could you unmute Bridget Darling, please?
Bridget Darling is unmuted.
Hi, everyone. I can hear you. Or can you hear me?
Yes.
Right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
so this evening we have a couple of things. We have Bridget has a couple of examples that she would like to show you of some new selections that she's made for the bracket and for the front door, as well as the posts on the front portico. And she has those images, and Charlotte, if we could allow Bridget to give her permission to share her screen, that would be really helpful. So then she can show us. And then Bridget, I sent you a sketch tonight or earlier today as well of a potential solution for that that roof line compatibility. Did you get that? And when we get to that discussion, if you wouldn't mind sharing your screen to show that as well. I have unfortunately had to switch to a different computer and I cannot access that right now. Otherwise, I'd share my own.
Sure, yeah, that's what you emailed me earlier this afternoon, right?
Yep, correct.
Okay. Yep, whenever you guys want to give me permission to share the screen, I have the items ready.
This is Charlotte speaking. You should have permission to share your screen now. There should have been a notification.
Yep, I'm seeing that. I just have to grant my computer permission. 1 second.
And just for the commission, the reason Bridget is back here principally is for that front portico. We were looking for a different solution than what was in the original plan set.
So it looks like once I give this permission, it just wants me to log back on so it can allow me to share my screen. So I think you're going to see me leave the meeting for a minute and then I'll pop right back in.
Okay, and we will promote you again if necessary.
Okay, I should be right back.
Oh, good.
Can you guys hear me again?
Yep.
All right, thank you for your patience. So it's the screen, right? All right, so the first one was the door. So let me know when you can see the new door selection. So I followed one that Sarah sent me that are typical for the style of house that we have. And then we'll just have a mail slot on it. And that's pretty much that. So that's the front door. And then this, I'll put these side by side for you. So on the left was the original porch post that I submitted last meeting. And then on the right, it's just like a plain, simple rectangular one. I did take Dick's advice and look at the other houses on the street, and they are pretty ornate, even more ornate than this one that I selected, but you know, I'm fine with either if we want to go simpler with just like a simple one. Sarah, do you want me to go through each thing or do you want me to stop and then?
How does the commission feel? Just do you want to comment on each one and then we can get each one of those out of the way?
Well, I'd like to see the entirety of what she's doing so I can put in
Well, there you
everything
have
in
it.
context.
Okay, so yeah, that was the difference with the
Then we'll
porch.
come back.
All the elements, other elements stayed the same. So we have, you know, just the deck post, the post cap, the trim, the spindles, the handrail, and then the other change was the bracket. So it's, I think, more in line with what Sarah had showed me. The other one was much more ornate, so it's just a simpler design. So it's these and the door.
All right. So you're trying to keep everything very simple on this, simple and straightforward.
It seems like, yeah, a little less ornate goes with the period of the house a bit better. So I think that's kind of what we did, was just simplify the brackets here and then just went to the simple porch posts.
All right, then I'd like to open it up for commissioners to comment on this.
I think the door works for me. The brackets are fine. Let me pull up. You see such a wide variety of brackets on houses like this that I'm not really, I think I'm pretty loose with what would work for me bracket wise. So I think these are fine. It's certainly an upgrade over what's there now, which is nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And you decided to go with a plain 6x6 post instead of turned?
So yeah, I mean, I thought it would be consistent with like the spindles, and then the other alternative, which I can show you again, that I found was like had kind of some detail right in the middle here.
And that's for the post, correct? Not the spindle.
Right, these two images right here are posts.
Yeah, I think that was the right decision. That post would go perfectly on a house about 20 years newer, but not quite on yours.
Okay.
The bracket, Alan, going back to the conversations before about the memorandum of understanding, I think your concern is just that there always has to be a second bracket, right?
Yeah.
Nice. Dick.
Inside
It
joke,
took
yeah.
me a second. Nice. Probably because I was trying to multitask unsuccessfully.
So are you saying, Dick, that you
For the
prefer the
applicant.
simple post?
I prefer the simple post. I think the turn post would go perfectly on a Queen Anne, but it seems to me it's not quite right for a Second Empire cottage.
Yeah.
Well, also, this porch, we'll get to this later with the proposals for how to, give it its own character from the bay. It's such a non-porch. Grandiose detail might seem misplaced if it's because of the configuration of the site and all that. I think that's another rationalization for what you're saying, Dick. I think.
Well, all of them are fine by me. I agree with Dick. Timely on the Second Empire cottage like this. I think the less fancy, the better. These were meant to be simple, square, very easy to look at. I think once you get into the more Queen Anne style, you get to the fancier stuff. But this is, I think, the simple solution. And I like those brackets. I think the door would work for me as well. Robin, do you have any thoughts on this?
I'm fine with these choices. I agree that the turned post doesn't feel correct. So yeah, I'm fine with these choices.
Just to clarify, just Budge, and again, I think it's not that they didn't have detail on their posts for these cottages, but I think there are usually much more massive squared posts that you often see. And I think that's what would get you into trouble if you try to reproduce that look with a porch that's basically a stoop with a cover on it. I think it would look a little weird that way. So that's why I kind of come back to thinking the squared sawn post felt like I need to clarify. There was detail on these posts. They didn't just use sawn posts back in the 1870s, but that's coming back to being okay with these plain posts.
All right, then I guess we're happy to let Bridget proceed with this, if that's the general sense I'm getting from the commissioners.
Now,
All right,
Mr. Chair,
then. Sorry?
do you want to do a separate vote on these design elements and then talk about the solution for the porch, or do you want to talk about, excuse me, the portico, or do you want to talk about the solution for the portico first?
No, I think we do these design elements first and then move on.
Very good.
All right. And I think we do them all separately. Okay, so we're looking here at 64 Meacham Road, HPC.ALT 2021.17 for some changes to the porch. And the first one is a change of the porch post, which is a 6x6 square cedar, Western red cedar porch posts. All those in favor of adopting this as being the correct choice, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And once again, I'll do the roll call. That's Eric,
Yes.
Dick,
Yes.
Adam,
Yes.
Robin, and I say yes too. Robin?
Yes.
And then the second thing is the door. Bridget, can you just remove the picture of the post so I can, this is a Rogue Valley picture door. I can't really read the number on it.
It's Q169774.
Thank you. And this has a single pane of glass in it. Single glass, is that a clear glass or is it a frosted glass?
It's just clear.
Clear. All right. So this is, we're going to be voting on this for 64 Meacham Road, HPC 2021.17. All those in favor of accepting this door as the front door for 64 Meacham Road, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
And once again, I'll do the roll call. That's Eric,
Yes.
Dick,
Yes.
Adam,
Yes.
Robin,
Yes.
and I say yes too. And the next one was the brackets. Bridget, if you could expose the brackets for me. And thank you. These are brackets from Akina Millwork in Red Oak, 3 3/8 wide by 6 3/4 by 10 inches. And we're voting on accepting those as being the brackets for HPC.ALT 2021.1764 Meacham Road. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And once again, the roll call is Eric,
Yes.
Dick,
Yes.
Adam,
Yes.
and Robin.
Yes.
Okay. Now the next part of this discussion, Sarah.
Yes, is, Bridget, can you pull up the image? Yes, thank you. So DJ, who couldn't be here tonight, if you all recall at the last meeting, we had agreed that that Eric and DJ would independently go out to the site and take a look at a potential solution for where the portico roof aligned or didn't align with the roof of the bay on the right, because I think there was some initial concern about the original proposal. And I know that Bridget, you had mentioned that y'all had struggled to, get that to work. So this is what DJ sent to me this afternoon, and I then sent it to the commission, and I sent it to Bridget as well. And Eric, I know that you had some thoughts on this also.
Yeah, I went out too. DJ beat me to the sketch, and I had another idea which seemed okay, but as I began to put it together, I realized it wasn't really going to work. I think what DJ showed was the other idea that's probably the simplest and the cleanest. It basically involves cutting back from the bay. I continue to think that combining lines would be a big mistake. So I think that something like this is good. And what DJ I think did there is you could see basically made the cover smaller, so it's more of a classic awning over a door stoop with separate steps, and that would fit. Actually, what he's done is pulled off reducing a riser, so you could actually make your steps a little bit more gracious going up there, because you have room for a landing. And I noticed that they're pretty small, pretty steep steps as there now.
Yeah.
So, yeah. One other thing I would just point out is that your stairs are 5.5 feet wide. The left side of the stair obviously can't move any more to the left because of the property line, as we noted last meeting. But you do have the opportunity to narrow up the steps. I think code is 36 inches. I wouldn't do that for front steps. That's probably too narrow, just perceptually. But I think you could narrow that up a little bit if you wanted to pull that right side away from the corner of the bay also.
Do we know if, the only note that I saw on here was how he talked about one last stair, a riser and a tread. I don't know if he did that to code, so I would just have to make sure I have the right amount of stairs, just this one on my end.
Yeah, your steps I measured were 10 inches, treads and risers were about 7.5, it seemed.
Mm-hmm.
In code, I wouldn't go down to a 9-inch tread, but you could get as narrow as that and as high as I think 7 or 8.25.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I wouldn't do that for the front steps. That's sort of a hectic stairway. But what DJ showed there, landing for open 6 inches down from the porch. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that has to be consistent with the other steps. They all have to be the same rise. So that wouldn't actually be 6 inches. It'd be whatever your standard division is. Yeah.
How do you feel about this change, Bridget?
This is one of the options that we went through in the beginning. We've had like 15 ideas for this front of the house. So yeah, I'm happy with this. I'll look into, the right amount of stairs. And then my one thought was keeping the existing bay. Can I do siding like around the windows? How it's like, if you are able to see what it looks like now, it's kind of just like white, PVC or plastic around the windows. And I just think it would look much better if I could do siding over that, or, take that off and then do the siding.
Yeah, I would really, revisit this when you strip the siding off, because you might find something interesting under there.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point too. Yeah.
There's clearly those panels above the windows. I think there would have been something up there back in the day.
Yeah.
So that's an opportunity.
Would the commission be comfortable that when she takes it off, or she takes off what is there, then she just contacts preservation planning, and any questions I can certainly bring to you or guide her in the right direction?
Sure.
Does that work for you, Bridget?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. And any more input from the commission? Oh, this is a public meeting, so that any members of the public would like to comment on this? Are there any present?
This is Charlotte speaking. For any members of the public who have not been to a historic preservation meeting before, the way that you indicate that you wish to speak is you can raise your hand or message in the chat, just, I want to speak. You cannot submit comments through the chat. So I'll give you a minute to do one of those approaches. But Mr. Chair, I'm not yet seeing anyone.
All right.
And still do
No
not
one?
see anyone. Nope, no one.
Okay, well, hearing that, I'd like to close that section of the meeting, the public section, and let's move on to approving this. And we're looking to approve the changes to the front porch or porchlet, whatever we want to call it, of 64 Meacham Road, which is HBC.ALT 2021.17, with the proviso that after the siding is taken off, if there's anything that could be interesting that could change this, that they would confer with staff, preservation planning staff, to get appropriate direction. Is there anything else I need to add to that, commissioners? Eric, did you want to add something?
No, I think you got it on.
Okay. And all those in favor of voting to accept the, this schematic with the amendment, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And I'll do the roll call again. That's Eric,
Yes.
Dick,
Yes.
Adam,
Yes.
Robin,
Yes.
and I say yes too. Okay, Bridget. Hope this is helpful for you.
Yes, it is. I'm excited. Thank you guys all for your time. Sarah, while I have you, do you know when I'll be seeing the certificates?
Yeah, you should have both of them, if not by Friday, then by end of day Monday.
Okay, that's awesome. I'm very excited. Thank you all for your help. Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Good luck
Let's
with the
move-
project.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
You too.
You too. I'd like to move on now to HPC.ALT 2021.26, which is 56 Meacham Road. Is the applicant here?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I just want to do one thing first. Charlotte, can you, by any chance, exit her screen?
Bridget, I'm actually going to dismiss you. If you want to rejoin, you are more than welcome to, but you also don't need to.
No problem. Thank you.
Have a good night.
I just need to quickly get a cable to plug my laptop in. I'll be back
All
in
right,
a
very
minute.
good.
That should have fixed the screen sharing. I'm not sure why it didn't.
Well done, Charlotte.
The technology is weird tonight. I don't know why.
An awful.
Sorry about that.
So, Mr. Chairman, you asked if the applicant was here for 56 Meacham Road. Yes.
Yes.
So Jacqueline Nice is here and Arturo Nieto is here. Charlotte, go right ahead.
Both are unmuted.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here. This is Jackie Nice. I'm the owner of 56 Meacham Road. Thank you for having us.
Jackie,
Okay,
I'm
would
sorry, I
you-
mispronounced your name. I was thinking very French.
Well, it is French, so that's okay.
There you go. See?
Would you like to talk to us about your project, what you're proposing here?
Sure. We've been the owners for about 8 years now, and the roof has been deteriorating. I don't know how old it is, but the asphalt roof must be pretty old, as well as the gutters. So it needs to be replaced. I think we wanted to do this project about 2 years ago, but we were a little intimidated. So what we would like to do is replace the asphalt roof on our mansard second Empire home with slate roof. We plan to do a scalloped and rectangular pattern with black slate and purple scalloped slate pattern. I've seen this in a number of mansards, and I think it's really quite attractive on a mansard home. And Sarah's indicated that that's historically accurate. So the first item is a slate roof to replace the asphalt. The second point is the dormers on the second floor are currently covered with asphalt shingles where the cheek walls are, and we would like to replace that with paneling, because that's the simplest thing to proceed with, and we'll give it a nice clean look. There's not really any other options because we're going with a scalloped and rectangular slate combination pattern. It's going to be almost impossible to get that pattern to look right on the cheek walls of the dormer windows. And it's a very small area. It's very narrow on our mansard home, so we just want to put a panel, a single panel, and I think that will look really nice as well as be practical to install. And the third part is the gutters. The gutters are shot. I don't even think any rain goes through our current gutter system.
They do. They go right through it.
I'm sorry, what?
They do. They go right through it.
Yeah, but there's a lot of leaks, I think, because I noticed the rain puddle like underneath where the downspouts, are not located.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I mean. It's literally going through the gutter material as opposed to actually getting run down. Yeah. Literally through it.
Yes, exactly. So we would like to, so currently it's aluminum gutters. We would like to replace it with copper gutters. Art Slate has done a number of copper gutters in the area, and we like his proposal to do 16-ounce copper gutters, which are really strong. So if there needs to be 20 ounce, sorry. If there needs to be, yes, that's correct, 20 ounce. If there needs to be a slate, if there needs to be repair to an individual slate in the future, or a slate falls off, it's not going to damage the gutters. These gutters have a lot of longevity. And so the copper gutters just pair really nicely with slate. Both sets of materials last a really long time. They're both upscale. Just in looking around Cambridge and Somerville, there's just a lot of slate houses with copper gutters. And that's it for what we'd like to do. We just want to replace the roof this summer.
Right, thank you for that. I'd like to open this up for commissioners for comment.
Hi, it's Robin, and I think this is really admirable. Not many people choose to do what is this correct for an old house, because there is, as we know, a considerable cost to installing natural slate and copper. And I think the design sounds very good, and expect that the house is going to look great once the work is completed. So I'm in favor.
Thank you.
This is Adam speaking, and I'll echo what Robin just said. I mean, it's exciting that you're doing this and using these materials. Just a couple of details that I guess one is more just I wanted to assume that you're keeping the flare and the shape of the roof the same, and that the slate is just replacing the asphalt, and that the shape of the roof and the framing will stay the same. Is that the plan?
Yes, correct. I actually really like the curved shape to the roof. So I
Yeah.
don't plan to touch the framing of the mansard roof at all.
Okay, great. And I agree. I mean, the cheek walls are kind of interesting because as soon as you reminded me that it's a scalloped pattern, I agree you can't really wrap that around and make it look right. This is a very minor detail, but I'll just say that the well, for one, the roofer should probably work carefully to flash in those panels, but also just be interesting to think about the color you choose, whether it's the color of the roof to go away, and this might be something that Eric can chime in more, but whether or not it should be the same color as the roof or something different. But I agree, I zoomed in and I think it would be tough to wrap the slate around on the cheek walls. But other than that, it sounds like a really exciting project. I guess I would just comment on kind of material and color of the cheek walls is worth discussing.
It's Eric here. So I make sure I'm on the right page. We have existing and proposed facades. They're different buildings. What is where are they? Yeah. Which is your actual house? It's the one on the left, I assume.
Yeah, so the one that she's shown on the right is an example of the roofer's work.
Okay.
Another 2-story mansard.
I briefly thought you're planning to restore the little peak and the dormers and all that, make it fancy. It's great. Yeah, thank you for doing this to your house, to putting the slate back, and copper gutters will look nice. The deluxe would be wood gutters, but no one really does this much anymore. The cheek walls, I mean, you usually see, well, typically they either match the siding of the house or the roof. The only times I ever see panels are when they got sick of re-siding it and stuck a panel there, like marine grade plywood or something. You actually have a little more siding. And if it were me, I'd probably I would probably put clapboards up there, believe it or not, or that would be my preferred option. I understand why people do panels a lot, because that gets a lot of weather, and they get tired of treating butt ends, and you can just put marine plywood up there and it holds up. But if you ask my opinion, I would probably put something painted to match the, I guess something neutral, kind of like the roof. Since there's no other wall color up on that floor, it has the base. Just kind of talking through there. Yeah, those are my thoughts. It's not a huge detail, but I probably would put the siding, the clapboards up there rather than the panels. And the overall scope of the project, it's great. So it's not a hill I'm going to die on there.
I guess my plan was or my idea was to put white paneling on those cheek walls to match the front. So the front is going to be white trim, which is what you see in a lot of mansard dormer windows. And so I would just use white versus a dark color. The one observation I have made in spending many hours looking at this is a lot of mansards have 2 windows on the second floor facing the front, and I feel like that looks more aesthetically pleasing and more symmetrical. Unfortunately, our house only has a single window on the second floor facing the front, so I feel that giving the sides the white trim color will make it stand out a little bit more and be a little bit more proportional to the bay window below. So that was part of my rationale, I wanted to highlight it a little bit more since there's only a single dormer window on the second floor versus, making it blend in with the roof. And there's a couple of mansards on Wallace Street, which is also in Davis Square, and they have white panels on the cheek walls as well. And so, at least I've seen the example in a couple of real houses in the area.
Yeah, I think that the ones on Wallace Street aren't local historic districts, whereas this one is. So, and as it is, the commission doesn't regulate paint color. I mean, you could paint it sky blue pink for all, well, they might care, but they can't say anything about it.
Well, I
So-
wouldn't do that, right? Because this is like a $200,000 project. So
Yeah, exactly.
trust me, I want it to look as good and last a really long time. So
Exactly. You don't want Pepto Pink next to that. Exactly. So yeah, so they're not, so those properties aren't local historic districts. And I think that, so Jackie and I have been exchanging like lots of emails and things like that about like, mansard styles and cheek walls and stuff like that. And, I'm ready to grab my dog's cheeks and like, shake them. I've talked about cheeks so much today. So Jackie, I hope you know that that's just like, that's what I know and I see what you're observing. And this is just, this is just part of my job, what I have to do for the commission.
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, this
You
this is new to me. I've never been through this process
Yeah,
before.
no,
My
I know.
husband did
Yeah.
it before. He did it before for our basement windows. So
Right. Yeah, exactly. Oh, basement windows, easy peasy. Well, theoretically, but yeah, so that's just my role with the commission. So I have to tell them like, what's typical. And so what I was explaining to Jackie about the cheek walls was that one of the properties actually that you showed, Jackie, is the chairman's house.
oh really? On Wallace Street?
It's no, because he lives in a local historic district, but the ones on Wallace Street are not local historic districts. So that's why they could put in like the copper gutters without permit, all that stuff. So, but the chairman's is the one on Day Street. And so the cheek walls on his house, and he can certainly speak to his house. I think it's really semantics. Like you were saying panel, but what it really is just a flat board.
Yeah, flat board. Yeah, I don't want to make it fancy with insets and, that's too complicated. We're talking about such a small area and it's a plain style mansard. So a flat board is fine. So I'm picturing a flat panel that's just white.
Okay.
Very simple.
Got it. Because what I saw from Arturo's image is that it's raised a little bit on the outside. I was explaining like almost like a shaker cabinet door, which it's raised a little bit on the outside and it's inset in the middle, and that is a panel. But I think if you're talking about a flat board, then that's a different story entirely.
Okay.
That's totally different. So what was in Arturo's proposal would not be done historically, but like a flat board is something might have been changed to, like after they got sick of the clapboarding on the side, or after they took the slate off, or after they took the shakes off. And when it's really, really shallow, especially if you have like inset dormers, then you'll see it be like quite flat on the side. So a flat board on the side, that's a different story entirely. So
okay, I apologize.
That's
learning
okay.
all
It's
this
semantics.
lingo is a lot. Yeah,
Honey, I can tell you so much more.
Yeah, it's a lot of lingo to digest. But yeah, flat board, completely flat. Just like the photo on Wallace Street. I guess it's not a historic house, although it kind of looks exactly like my mansard.
Sorry, and when I say historic, it just means it's not in a district. It's very, very old and historic in that nature, but it's not under district regulations. And
it's not under your regular. Okay, makes sense.
Where's the chairman?
Okay. So yeah, what I meant is like a flat board, like the house on Day Street and the house on the houses on Wallace Street. It's just it's a small, flat, skinny board.
That's a different story.
And
I think that clarifies it for the commission too.
To clarify on that, back in the day, they would have used a siding because they wouldn't use a big piece of wood like that on the outside. They didn't have plywood. And so if you wanted a big expansive plane, you would have used vertical boarding or something. So, I mean, I'm fine with that too. But if you wanted to go back to the proper way back, there probably would have been clapboards on the side of that. And they probably got sick of replacing them every 5 years. So they often would just go to plywood. So I'm fine with that board. Recognize that they didn't really have big expanses of wood to cover cheek walls to keep it totally flush look. Back then, we have that advantage now because you can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, my place has the same windows, and they're just straight flat boards on the side. They're painted on the front as they face out with two vertical colors to give a sort of a relief effect on the windows. But on the side, the color is exactly the same color as the clapboards on the house. Yeah, other thing that I have on mine is the roof that goes on top of the dormers is copper on all of them, and it flashes up underneath the slate. And the slate is like you see in the bottom right-hand corner of your diagram here, the dormer detail proposed. It also has a sculpt, rows of sculpt as well as the square. The other thing that I have is wood gutters, but the wood gutters are actually sheathed in copper. So when you look at them, you see the wood gutter, but when you look at them from the top, from inside, and look down onto them, you look onto that flat plane that separates the roof from the roof line from the side. That is copper as well. So the copper actually flashes up underneath the slate, comes down, bends out across the top of that flat plane, and then is bent in a nice curve to the curvature of the gutter, so that the water runs on copper, and then it comes up over the lip edge to provide a little bit of a drip edge over the wood gutter. So they're wood cedar gutters, not copper, but they're lined with copper. And I know that quite a few people have used lead instead of copper to line the gutters, which also works. But that might be an alternative you could contemplate, using the wood gutters. I think the wood gutters last well, provided they're lined. Otherwise, you've got to keep oiling them and painting them. So, and ours are original gutters, which is quite surprising. And even the siding, the clapboards are original. It's been well maintained. And I know it's original because of the shape. And when I spoke to the man that made more gutters for me for the back of the house, for the conservatory, wood gutters, I had a little section, and he said these were very old. These were actually made by hand, which is interesting, but not even by machine. So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. That is helpful. I don't really know too much about wood gutters with copper or lead linings. That's not excuse me, something that we really investigated. Because I think we just see a lot of homes with slate and copper, and they go really nicely together.
Yeah, the place across the road from us it's not a local historic district, but it was changed. They kept they put slate back when they did the extensions, and they added new slate, and they used copper flashings and copper gutters. So, you know, my neighbors have them. But that's not a local historic district, my place is.
Okay.
I don't know what the other commissioners feel about wood gutters compared to copper gutters on a local historic district, Second Empire.
I wouldn't preclude using copper. I would just point out that wood is more historically correct in this setting. But we tend to, this is heresy, but we tend to overuse copper in residential settings nowadays. And back in the day, it was more often used for brick, for slightly more institutional buildings. So if you're ambivalent, I would encourage you to look at wood and get someone to do the old style wood profile with one of the local mill people. But I'm not going to make that condition. If you want to use copper, that's fine by me too.
Yeah.
I'm just out there.
Yeah,
Robin,
oh, sorry.
sorry. Go talk to us, Jackie.
No, I'm interested in hearing the other comments. I don't know too much about the wood. I don't think it's an option that a lot of contractors talk about. So I fear that
No.
that would be a hard option to try to move forward with, to try to find someone who's really good at installing something like that. And to, I'm already a little intimidated by this project. It's probably the biggest home improvement project I've ever done in my life. So, I just want to, I'm trying to keep it as straightforward as I can. I hear you that the copper gutters are a little bit overused maybe, but I just don't see, other options that are going to be, that doable.
I don't want to be bad mouthing copper. It'll look nice what you're doing. The thing with wood gutter is that you need a carpenter to install them, and people often run into trade issues where they ask a gutter person about putting wood in, and they only do wood, aluminum, and vinyl or whatever. People that tend to, and Adam, I'm sure could talk to this more, that wood gutters tend to be something that's more of a wood worker's domain.
Okay, yeah, that's probably why I didn't really come across that as an option, because I was talking to slate roofing specialists such as Art, who's on the phone with us. So.
Were you saying something, Adam? We lost.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. I'll just add that wood gutters, if not done correctly, can be a maintenance nightmare that I wouldn't want to wish on anybody. But there are ways now to line them properly so that they act more like a modern gutter if they're lined. But again, you need to kind of maintain the lining, and with a roof of this size, it'd be nice to have the roofer kind of be responsible for the roof and the gutter. So I think it's the right approach, and it will look good.
Did you have a comment on that, Robin? You look like you're nodding your head.
No, I'm in agreement. So no additional comments.
All right. Well, then I think we're in a position to vote on this.
Sorry, Mr.
There?
Chairman, we do need to take public comment.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. It's because it is public. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on this? Charlotte.
This is Charlotte speaking. Again, for anyone who's not here earlier, if you want to speak, the way that you indicate that is either by raising your hand or by messaging through the chat, just I want to speak, and we can unmute you. Mr. Chair, I am not seeing anyone doing either of those methods.
Okay. Hearing that, then we'll close that section, the public section of the meeting, and we'll move on to vote on 56 Meacham Road, which is HPC.ALT 2021.26. This is to replace the asphalt shingle roof with natural slate roof and replace the aluminum gutter with copper, and to clad the sides of the dormers with either avalanche or straight wood panels. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
And I'll do the roll call again. That's Eric.
Yes.
Dick. Adam.
Yes.
Robin.
Yes.
And I say yes. Okay, Jackie. I think you're good to go. You'll be hearing from Sarah.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Good luck with the project.
Thank you.
But
Appreciate it.
We're looking forward to seeing it when it's completed.
You too.
Yeah.
I bet.
Okay. Bye-bye. We'll move on to HPC.ALT 2021.29, which is 12 Aldersley Street, which is to an application to remove a later covered entry and construct a replica of the original. is the applicant here?
Yes, they are. Charlotte, can you unmute Lara?
She is unmuted.
Thank you.
All right, would you like to talk to us about this, please? Are you unmuted?
Lara?
They're gonna need to
Okay, I
unmute
am.
themselves.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, good. Hi, this is Laura Joggist. I'm at 12 Aldersea. And basically what we are proposing to do is restore the front porch to the original design. At some point, I think in the last 30 years or so before we bought the house, some of the arches were removed from the front porch, as well as some of the other details, the brackets, etc. So we just want to restore it back to the way it originally looked. And to do that, we're going to have someone, unfortunately, we don't have the pieces that were removed. I don't know where they are. So we'll have someone, a carpenter, reconstruct those pieces, specifically the front arches, the front half of the side arches, and the center pieces, I don't know what you call those, as well as add back in the details on the columns and the brackets.
And you have original pictures that show you what it was like?
Yeah, there's a photo in the application. I don't know what year that's from. I don't know if Wendy can speak to that or Sarah. I'm guessing it's from the 70s just because of the way the car looks in the front of it. But you can see what perhaps was the original design, which also looks like a lot. As I drive around, I see this similar design on other porches around the neighborhood. I think there's one on Vinyl that has a similar arch in the front and on the sides. So we would want to just replicate that design.
All right. I don't see Sarah still here. Are you still there, Sarah?
I am. I was trying to take a bite of dinner.
Oh dear, sorry.
I just had my second vaccine shot and I'm like barely awake at this point, so.
Oh, that's okay. Sorry, I've been there.
Like trying to stay awake here.
Been there. I totally hear you. Yeah, that photo looks like, I don't know, Wendy, it looks like it's maybe from like the 60s or 70s, that type of thing. But it definitely, I think Wendy and I both agree, it shows definitely, you know, a very original, a very historically, like soon after the house was built, entry portico with that detail.
Yes.
Right.
And part of it's still there, correct, Wendy? Correct, Laura?
Yes.
Laura, sorry.
So in the application, there are some photos, current photos, so you can see what is left currently.
Yeah, the like kind of the back half of the side arches remained, as well as the, I don't know what you call that center part, just not the front part of the side arches, and neither of the front arches, or the whole front arch is not there at all. And then they added some things too, which we would, for example, the side rails, and then on the, I don't know what you call that, but on the lower part of the columns, they raised the molding, I think, to accommodate the side rails, and then they added some paneling in there. So we would remove that and then put that molding back where it originally was.
Okay. I'd like to open it up for discussion by the commissioners, please.
And I think I just want to say that I commend you for your efforts to match the existing, and I think the picture you have is a good basis to go off of. And yeah, I just commend you for matching what was originally there, and I think it will be a fun carpentry project. So that's all I have to say.
We have a carpenter who is really excited about doing this, thankfully. So.
Yeah, I can. When you're explaining it, I'm glad that you have someone, because it is kind of like a carpenter's dream to have this project to replicate something
Yeah.
So that's
It
great.
happens-
That's great. You have someone that's excited. They'll do a great
Yeah,
job.
it happens to be someone who's very excited about, so that's good. He's
Perfect.
getting,
Yep. Then if they're excited, you're in good hands, and I think it's a really fun project, and I commend you for it.
thank you.
Any other thoughts from commissioners?
I can't locate the pictures. It must one of Sarah's emails, but I don't really need to see it. I've seen the existing thing, and from the description, it sounds fine. Was this in one of your more recent emails, Sarah, or did I just lose something?
So,
It's
Sorry
on
to
page
interrupt.
7 of the report.
yes,
It's
and I
Wendy
sent
at the
it.
report, Yeah.
So
picture-
the email would be for me.
Yeah,
sorry.
this one came from Wendy.
Oh, okay. That's it. So I don't even have the report.
But considering the 10,362 emails I sent you all today, it's worth, it was a good guess that it might have come from me.
Okay, but this Monday, all right. let me look.
Yeah, it's on page 7, Eric.
No, I can't even find the report. So that's how far that's gone. But I don't want to hold it up. It sounds, I'm looking at a picture from Google Street View, and I understand what you're talking about. It sounds great. So
Okay.
I can't imagine that I would have much to add to this. Oh, here it is. I found it.
Dick, Robin, do you have anything else to add?
No, I would just echo what Adam shared, that it's a really wonderful project and look forward to seeing it completed.
Thank you, Robin.
Same for me. I have nothing to say beyond that.
All right. Is there any members of the public that would like to speak on this?
This is Charlotte speaking. I don't see anyone new, so I'm not going to repeat the directions again. And I'm not seeing anyone with their hand raised or messaging in the chat.
All right, then we'll close the public section then of the meeting. So we are looking at HPC.ALT 2021.2912 Aldersley Street. And this is for an alteration to remove a later covered entry and reconstruct the original according to a replica. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
I'll do the roll call again. That's Eric,
Yes.
Dick,
Yes,
Adam,
Yes.
Robin,
Yes.
and I say yes as well. Okay. Lara, looks
Thank
like
you,
you're good to go. You'll be hearing from Sarah.
I really
Okay.
appreciate it. Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you, Wendy and Sarah, for all your help. I really appreciate it.
And we look forward to seeing this when it's done. It's exciting.
Wait to
Yeah,
show you.
the picture.
Gonna look beautiful.
Thank you.
I'm going to want to do the bracket soon.
And go to bed and feel better.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
You too. Stay well.
Bye. Bye-bye.
We move on to determinations of preferably preserved, which is the second step in the demolition review process. And the first case we have is HPC.DMO 2021.10, 25 Appleton Street. Is the applicant here?
Yes, they are. And I preemptively apologize if I butcher this name. Charlotte, can you unmute Kwesi Akwa?
Yes,
Sorry,
they
I'm sure I did that
are.
wrong.
They are unmuted.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening to you all. My name is Kwesi Akwa. I came before the commission at the last hearing. At the time, the commission determined that my property, 25 Appleton Street, was historically significant. And I'm here today to hear your thoughts on the next stage. I do have some issues and concerns, which I briefly expressed to Sarah, but I don't want to preempt your thoughts. So, happy to listen to what you think and what your position is. on the next stage before I express myself.
Well, as you probably might recall, this is the second stage in the process. We found the property at 25 Appleton to be significant, and we gave reasons why we found it significant.
Right.
From my memory, you were going to do some major alterations to this property, not completely demolish it,
right,
but to demolish the structure at the rear, but not the front. You're going to leave part of that intact and extend upon it.
Right, essentially expand laterally and vertically.
Right.
Just to create more living space. But in the process, it triggered the demolition review. That's why I'm here before you guys.
Well, you said you did have a few additional thoughts. Would you like to share those with us first?
Certainly. Essentially, if this property is determined to be perfectly preserved, it will result in significant financial hardship to me, because I purchased this property in July of last year for $965,000, and I do have a mortgage on it for about $1.72 million right now. The justification for my purchase essentially, was predicated on expanding or improving it significantly. And the bank that made the mortgage actually confirmed it with the appraisals. I really don't have a choice but to expand beyond the building envelope. Anything short of that would not make the project feasible for me. But as I indicated the last time, essentially we're proactively, attempting to incorporate existing architectural features into the new development. Essentially, the mansard roof will be replicated on the higher level. And then everything else will be done to just essentially maintain the character of the streetscape. So that's where I am. That's the concern I have, that if it's actually determined to be perfectly preserved, because I cannot do much with the size of the property right now, it will result in significant hardship for me.
Right. Well, preferably preserved has a number. Did I explain this to you last time, Kwesi? As to what preferably preserved means?
I don't think so. We didn't talk about it, but I have a rough idea.
Okay. Well, preferably preserved can mean anywhere on a continuum or a spectrum, if you were, of keeping the property as it is and just restoring it and doing replacement in kind.
Yeah.
Or it can mean leaving, documenting what it is today and allowing you to demolish and change parts of it. We have little purview over what people put onto the property because when we're looking at preferably preserved, we're looking at preferably preserving what is there today. But what we'd be interested in doing is working with you to make sure that the streetscape was actually preserved and the architectural aspects of the house were preserved in a form.
And that is the intent actually of the proposal.
Right. And basically what we've got, once we say something's preferably preserved, we have 12 months in which we come to a meeting of the minds over what that really means in that broad sort of spectrum that I just described to you, which we put into a memorandum of agreement, which we both sign off on. And in this particular case, it would be looking at demolishing this, the parts of the place that need to be demolished, and the plans to expand and build onto the existing historic structure or the existing structure. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does. Yes.
All right. Did I explain that correctly, Sarah?
Yes.
All right. Now, I believe when we discussed this last time, we saw that this was a property in our findings that we saw was intact and structurally sound. We found that it was consistent with the streetscape, albeit a slightly smaller place than some of the others on the street. And we also discovered that it was one of the houses that was in this particular area that was remarkably owned by women instead of by men for that particular period, which is after the Civil War. I believe those were the findings, that we did find that it was significant in that context. But with that in mind, what I'd like to do is open this up to the commissioners for discussion. I think, Eric, you were here last month for this, but you weren't here on this, were you, Adam?
No, I think it was here.
Okay.
Just a formality, do we usually take public comment before or after we do our own discussions in these roughly preserved cases?
I don't think there's a need to do it in a particular sequence. Typically, we do it after we have a discussion.
Okay.
But then we can circle back and continue our discussion.
Sure. And my thoughts are that, practically speaking, by expanding up and sideways and all that, it's essentially demolition. It's nothing. I mean, the one-story mansard cottage or 1.5 story is gone. And I would just reiterate that, as you probably saw if you've been around for the whole meeting, some preferably preserved cases don't go 12 months. We voted on the memorandum of agreement earlier for a project that was just 2 months old. In this particular case, I think it's relevant because I believe this building is preferably preserved. Your hardship to taking it down is sort of one that you brought to the situation by your intended use of the property. There are plenty of other homeowners who would buy it and say, great, I'm going to keep this just as it is. So it's hard to really say that there's a hardship that's inherent with that property that makes demolition necessary. If we do vote to make it preferably preserved, I would just say that if you ultimately have something else in mind that becomes, in your view, sympathetic to the streetscape and all that, we would be working with you. I mean, this process can help towards a better project. We don't view it as just something.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up a little bit towards the end. I missed what you said. The last couple sentences.
I was just rambling. I don't know how much of what I said you missed, but
the last couple of sentences.
100%.
No, I said the last couple of sentences.
If this project is declared preferably preserved, it's also an opportunity. If your goal is to design something or adapt this building to work with the streetscape, it can be a collaborative process where we come up with a better project. The act of this 12-month pause, or some portion of 12 months, however long it takes, as Alan said, to come to some agreement on something that works better. Might involve partial demolition of the back part, or keeping certain parts of it so it presents a different, that keeps a consistent streetscape, but you do something more in the back, or whatever. I don't want to get too ahead of things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I guess we're kind of limited by the size of the lot as well. So the expansion is just essentially minimum 3 feet to the side and 5 feet to the back. So, I mean, it already cleared the development proposal stage by planning.
How is that possible, Sarah?
Sorry, I'm not sure I was just going to say, that's what I was jumping on to say. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Kwesi, because it hasn't come into the planning office yet. Are you proposing a by right project without zoning relief?
No, we've already gone through the process. It's been approved.
I'm sorry, you've gone through the process, what?
We've already gone through the planning process, and it was approved last year. But what happened was, when we got back to ISD, the building inspector said, well, you're removing, he said 20%, but I think you corrected it to 30%. You're removing more than 20%, so you need a demolition permit. So that's what happened. We already have the certificate.
A certificate of zoning compliance?
Yes.
I don't know the answer to that, Robin, because there are projects that do go through that. So projects can happen in two ways. They can be a quote unquote by right project, meaning it doesn't need any zoning relief. And then it can be a project that does require zoning relief. So I don't know in this case, so anything that doesn't require zoning relief, I don't see anymore at all. So the only thing I can think is that the application was sent in, and then it might have been the zoning review planner who was looking it over, the building inspector, what have you, and then they noticed the amount of demolition that was involved in this by right project, meaning no zoning relief, and then that's when they flagged it and moved it up the chain this way. So that's a possibility for how that happened. But yeah, if they don't need zoning relief, I don't see it. Everybody in ISD has been made aware of the new demolition review ordinance. And so the only thing I can think is that when the new zoning review planner came on board, he took a look at it and said, okay, you know, this is over X%, therefore you have to go for demolition review.
Well, the building inspector got involved much later on. We initially submitted it to planning, and they reviewed it. We went back and forth between the planner and the architect, and he approved it eventually. So we got the zoning certificate of approval before the building inspector picked it up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I need to correct that. So a planner, who is somebody in my office,
yes,
can't approve anything, cannot provide approval for you. They could say, maybe it looks like you might need relief or might not need relief. Do you remember who you spoke with, who worked on it?
Hans,
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So this is one of the challenges with titles within inspectional services. Hans actually works for inspectional services. I know his title is the zoning review planner, but that's a title within inspectional services, and he's responsible for doing zoning compliance reviews. My department and Wendy's department is known as the planning department. Doesn't help it has the same name. But we're not allowed to give approvals like that. So actually everything that you've done up until coming here with us has been actually within the auspices of inspectional services. They just have similar sounding titles sometimes.
But we're not looking for zoning relief.
I know, but what they did, what Hans did and what other people within inspectional services did is they reviewed your proposal to see if you needed zoning relief or not. And if they made the determination that you don't,
right,
they made that determination.
Issue the certificate. That's what happened, yes.
Yep. But then somebody caught the fact that there was this much demolition going on, and then that's when it got kicked over to historic.
Correct. Yes.
Yep.
Well, I'm sorry this has put you at a disadvantage, because sometimes these processes that the city has are not clear to everybody, not even to us and not even to people who are employees of the city. So I apologize for any confusion that might have occurred.
But what does that mean, though, as a practical matter, as far as a process? What are the next steps specifically? Because I need to have some clarity. I mean, I've been spending a lot of money just holding this property, and I need to have some clarity as to what I can do. And, you know, I'd like decisions to be made as quickly as possible so I can move on. I'd just like a little more information, a little clarity.
Okay, well, where we are in the particular process is looking at the potential demolition of the property. And when it comes to demolition, we review properties that are over 75 years of age, right, for their significance. And that includes full demolition and partial demolition over a certain amount.
Right.
And this is where your project fits into that particular amount.
Right.
So what we're looking at now is exactly what that preferably preserved status was going to mean.
Right.
And hopefully we'll come up with an answer for you tonight.
Okay.
All right.
Do you need additional information from me, you know, as far as the concerns that I raised or not?
Sarah?
So I was going to say, so, you know, the emails that we exchanged a couple weeks ago, Kwesi, is that in order for the commission to consider financial issues like financial hardship, they make a determination as to whether or not they will consider that, and then they can ask for any or all of the information that is contained within that portion of the ordinance that we were talking about and that I referred you to.
Yeah.
So they could request, since you're bringing that up tonight, they could request that information if they wanted to, but then they wouldn't be able to review that and make a determination on the question of hardship, if you will, until the next meeting, because they can't do that. They can't do that at this meeting.
Sarah, pardon me, Sarah or Dick or Alan, can someone clarify in terms of hardship considerations, that's only for primary residences, correct? That's not for investment properties or development opportunities, correct?
I don't think so. You mean in the demolition review ordinance?
I mean, it certainly seems that it should be.
Right. I think it's for any project, whether or not it's investment or what have you, or personal. I think maybe what you're thinking about when it comes to personal is maybe with regard to the local historic district and a certificate of hardship, which we may do for financial hardship. But I believe that the portion of the demolition review ordinance just refers to if somebody is making a claim of financial hardship, because we don't distinguish between an individual property owner and an investment owner. We can't do that.
Why?
Because we'd be treating two types of people differently. We'd be setting up essentially two classes of treatment for people, an investor versus a property owner.
Okay.
I mean, we have to treat everybody equally.
A much bigger discussion, but there's plenty of instances where people are treated differently with regard to property owners versus tenants versus whatever. So,
when it comes to when it comes to this type of stuff, though, we have to like, whether you're a homeowner or whether you're an investment person, it's just like if you're claiming that financial stuff, there's no provision to looking at somebody differently in the code.
Yeah, I did.
So we have to update the ordinance.
Development when in a seller's market is a pretty tough thing to. It's hard to build that case. Pretty.
Right. So if an applicant were to present material to you, I mean, you could certainly ask to review that material and say, like, look, for X, Y, and Z reasons, we don't consider there to be a hardship here, right? That is perfectly acceptable for you to do, under.
I was just wondering if it were possible to sort of jump to get to the final conclusion, because it seems on its face to be insincere.
I think so. If we take a look, Wendy, I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you by any chance have the code up in front of you?
I do.
Ordinance, thank you. And is it F5?
F1 is the only place that mentions a hardship.
And I believe, and double check me on this, and I believe in there it says that the commission has to vote to consider financial hardship, and then they request any or all of the items listed as items that they're able to request. Am I correct?
Correct. Yes.
So as a commission tonight, if you wanted to consider that, you would have to vote on it and then make a request for the documents that you'd want to see.
Dick, do you have anything to add to this?
I'm sort of two things. I mean, one of them is, I think if the applicant would like us to consider that the applicant should send us whatever documentation he wants us to consider, and we could then take it up at the next meeting. But I don't want to take it up now out of the blue. And then secondly, this is a commercial development. It was the applicant's job to find out what the legal standards were for doing the work. And if the applicant didn't find those things out, then that's the applicant's fault. And then secondly, when the applicant tells us that he can't preserve the existing structure, which certainly seems to me like a structure that should be preserved, because it doesn't work for him financially, what he means is that he bought this property expecting to make a lot of money. And because of the demolition review ordinance, it's harder for him to make money. And he would like us to bail him out so he can make a lot of money. And if he wants to submit hardship papers, I'll look at them. But I have to say that that does not sound like financial hardship to me.
That's an unfortunate position to take, but I guess I don't want to get into that argument now. But I mean, developers also could be exposed to hardship. I mean, essentially, we make a living, by investing risk capital. I mean, there's a risk of loss, but we make a living essentially by investing our capital, right? And I have a family to feed. So I've invested in this property and I'm expecting a certain return. And just to go back to what you said, I did my homework. It's not on the register. The property was not on the register. And my goal was to try to maintain as much of the architectural, character as possible, not to tear it down. So I carefully, if you look at the drawings, we carefully indicated we're going to leave as much of it as possible and just add to it and try to replicate as much of it as possible. So I was very cognizant of it.
This is Adam. Okay, sorry. This is Adam, and I have more of a question for maybe Sarah. I know that you've talked about an effort to maintain the original character, but it's not in our purview to really care about what is going in its place. But my question is there ever a case where preferably preserved becomes the actual design of what is replacing it? And I only say this because next door there's a 2-story mansard building. So I'm just wondering if part of preferably preserved becomes working to actually make sure that we are preserving the character, or at least making it work with what's next door, because there is a 2-story mansard building next door. So I'm just, I've never quite understood, the line between us. I think in determining whether or not it's perfectly preserved, we don't care about what's going in its place, but part of that process could be you working with us on the design.
Correct. And I think that's the distinguishing line right there, is that, so one of the things you think about is the existing structure, right? And whether that particular structure it's preferable to keep that. Part of the memorandum of agreement process could be a design that is compatible with the rest of the neighborhood in a variety of different details. But that would be you're determining it to be preferably preserved, and then me working with the applicant, me, Wendy, both of us working with the applicant on a memorandum of agreement and what that design would be like. And I haven't seen the designs that are in ISD.
May I jump in on this?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I wanted to second that as the framework. So when we're at the first step of determining whether a building is historically significant, we're just looking at that building. We're not comparing it to what's going to replace it, because the question is that building significant? But when we're at this stage of preferably preserved, preferable is a relative term, preferable compared to what the alternative is, which means what's going to replace it. So I agree with Sarah that at this stage we can weigh in on the replacement, because we're answering the question, is it preferable to try and keep it, or is it not preferable to try and keep it because we're satisfied with what's going to replace it?
And we have oodles of precedent for other projects where that's been the case, where the ultimate project that happened was a replacement, but it was working in conjunction with us to keep something.
Is that helpful, Adam?
Yeah, that's very helpful. I think it just also gives the applicant kind of hope that there's the opportunity to still add more space, but with working with us to keep it, appropriate with the neighborhood and what was there. And I will point out again that if you look next door, there's a very nice 2-story mansard home. So I think there's hope. You just need to work through the process on the design. I mean, for us to hear, anytime I hear, we have the intent of keeping the character of what's there without seeing the plans, I mean, that could mean a broad range of things. And sometimes people say that without truly meaning it. So I'm not saying that's the case, but if you work with us and show us plans.
I can do that. I can send you the plans. I can certainly forward the plans.
Yeah, and I think as Eric pointed out, some MOAs come around pretty quickly. So it's just a matter of how quickly you get information and work with us on it.
Okay.
And that will be, that'll be like you working with me first in the interim and me knowing, and excuse me, I always say we because I started with you, but Wendy did the second half of this and did all that research and clarifying, who the actual owner was and finding the right spelling and all that stuff. So it'll actually be the two of us who will work together with you, to look on to look at what those, what those plans are and, what or if anything that could be changed, not in the interior, but the exterior. And, with us being very familiar with what the commission likes to see, and just having our level of expertise in this, we can be very helpful in moving things along. I mean, getting things ideally to a point where, hopefully the commission will also agree, ideally with some minor tweaks.
Yeah, okay. I'll forward the drawings to you tomorrow.
Yeah, please forward those to me, please. Actually, forward them to Wendy and copy me.
I don't have Wendy's email, unfortunately. I don't think I have that. If you can just send it to me, that'd be helpful.
I will send that to you, yes.
Thank you.
All right, then I believe we've sort of worked through that. And I hope, Kwesi, that makes sense to you.
It does, yes.
Good. So coming back to the determination of preferably preserved, before we get to there, I'd like to ask if there are any members of the public who would like to comment on this. Charlotte?
This is Charlotte speaking. I'm again not seeing anyone new, so I'll give everyone a moment to either raise their hand or message, but I don't think anyone is going to.
I know that we did have some neighbor input, a butter input, I think it was, in the significance hearing. Okay, but there's no one here now.
There's no one here now, or no one indicating that they would wish to speak.
Okay, then what I'd like to do is I'd like to close that section of the meeting, the public section, and bring this back to the commissioners. The commissioners have any further comments before we put this to a vote? No? Okay, then this is going to be a vote on HPC.DMO 2021.1025 Appleton Street for preferably preserved. All those in favor of voting preferably preserved, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
I'll do the roll call again. That's Robin?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Dick? Adam?
Yes.
And I say yes. Good, okay, so we've determined it to be preferably preserved. So, Kwesi, you get that information through to Sarah.
Yes, I'll do that.
If you have something on hardship you'd like us to consider, and as Dick indicated, send everything that you've got that would substantiate that case through.
Okay.
As well, because we could consider that next month if that's the case. Sarah,
Sorry,
you have a
Mr.
question?
Chairman? Yes, you would have to take a vote of the commission if they want to consider that and what to ask for.
Right.
Sorry.
No, good question. We have to vote on findings as well. So, do we want to consider the hardship next month in June? That is the question put to the commissioners. Sorry?
I just think that that's a big waste of our time. It's the owner of the property could put it back on the market today and sell it for more than he has, than he paid for it, what he has spent on architect's plans. There is not a hardship here. Understandably, this is costing more than originally anticipated, but I think we need to be clear about how one actually defines hardship. This just seems so far from that, and it
Well-
seems like a unnecessary exercise.
Robin, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think I mentioned earlier, I'm carrying a mortgage of almost 1.72 million. I'm responsible for that mortgage.
I know, and you are a
Okay,
professional
right.
developer. This is not your first rodeo. You've done other projects in
I
some.
understand that is a hardship because the property could be foreclosed. I mean, I can't sell the property for that much. There's no way.
Right, so return, right, but presumably you haven't spent all that money because you haven't built anything.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't, but I'm responsible for it. I mean, the bank made a commitment and set it aside. I actually have a mortgage. I don't know what the bank is going to say, but it is a hardship. I mean, secondly, let me just clarify. Secondly, this is my means of, sustenance. I invest money with the purpose of, reaping a return so I can feed my family. So if you take that away from me, I'm not able to feed my family. So that is a hardship. I mean, I know a lot of people think developers are terrible people or bad people.
I certainly don't think that. I'm the realtor.
It's my line of work. It is my line of work. I invest money just like people wake up in the morning to go to work to earn a paycheck. It's exactly the same thing I'm doing. I invest my money, right? Money that I've saved over the years. I invest the money. I get a return. I feed my family. I save for my retirement. So it is a hardship if you take it away from me.
Quincy,
I just wanted to clarify because I don't think that's an accurate representation of the circumstances. It is a hardship.
Wendy, could Wendy, you had the ordinance up, right? Can you actually read us the hardship section of the ordinance?
Yes.
This is of the dental review ordinance, right?
Yes. Where does it say? In the event that the applicant or owner seek to take a position that a financial hardship applies to a property, the commission may request any or all of the following. Such a request shall be subject to a vote by commissioners. If voted upon by a majority of the commission, then it will be incumbent upon the applicant to provide such information in order for the demolition review process to continue. Would you like me to read through the documents?
Sure.
I don't think we need that, but it seems to me that if he wants to apply for hardship,
We should hear it.
that we don't have any right to say, no, you cannot apply
Yeah.
for hardship. So if he wants to apply for hardship, then I think he gets to do it and we have to consider it. I'm not disagreeing with Robin about whether it's a waste of our time to do that, but it seems to me that's the applicant's choice and it's his right to do that.
And we obviously need to see all the documents or supporting documents.
I would recommend that you might want to hear what the supporting documents are that could be requested.
Right. I mean, essentially, I can provide everything on that list in the ordinance, but if you tell me specifically what you want to see from me, I'll be happy to provide it.
Well, you're the one that's petitioning for financial hardship. So it
Right.
seems to me you're the one that's going to have to make the case.
Okay, I'll send the documentation that's listed in the ordinance.
Can I make a quick recommendation? Wendy, are you able to share your screen? The only reason I say this is because it is specific about that the commission must take a vote. And I think it makes sense to see the types of documents that can be provided and what you all want to see, because it does say specifically that you can request any or all of them.
It seems that some of the hardship claim is based on a loss of possible profit. And so there's a suggestion that, we're projecting into the future as to what these things may sell for and what the extra time is going to cost, et cetera. So in addition to whatever is in here, it's not just a static moment in time, what's the hardship in this moment, but the applicant seems to, this is a future looking
Right, but just to clarify, profits mean income. That's what that is. from my perspective. It is income.
Right, no, I'm just
Like everybody
suggesting
else.
that, if this is asking for, a past, P&L.
No, it actually does ask for
Projections as to what you're
appraisal as
expecting buildings
is.
for in 2022, and, and what your expectations are of the appreciation in the market between now and spring of 22, when these might be, coming on the market, or, whatever your timeline is, that there are forecasting pieces of this that would need to be provided. It's not just a
Sure, absolutely. I have all of it. Yes, I
look
do
in
have it.
time right now.
But I understand. It's actually in there. It says appraised value as is and then as completed.
And I might add, Kwesi, that this document, the ordinance, is up on the Somerville website.
Right, I have it actually. I have it with me.
Good.
So I mean, I've read through the list and I'm going to provide as much of it as I have. If you can't tell me specifics, I'm going to provide as much of it as is listed here that I have.
I think the commission does need to say what they would like to see.
Well, I think if an applicant is making a case for hardship, then it's incumbent on that applicant to make that case. The applicant has a list of things that they can provide here that would substantiate their claim. And I think it's up to him to make the case. I don't want to say, you bring these documents, because there might be some other documents. This isn't an O&D exercise. It's up to him to provide and substantiate his case. And we're going to look at that within the guidelines of the ordinance.
So when would the commission want to see all of these documents in anticipation of the June meeting? Because you'll need some time to review it, probably more than you would a normal case. So by when would the commission want this information?
Dick, what do you think's fair? 2 weeks?
We asked the applicant whether he thinks he could provide it in 2 weeks.
I have all the documents. I can send them to you this evening or tomorrow. But if you need any additional clarification, you can, tell me that, and I'll get them together. But I have all the documentation based on the list in the ordinance.
So the applicant is telling us that he's ready to proceed and send those straight over. So I would suggest that provided that we get them within 2 weeks of before the next meeting, that would be sufficient for us to review them. And if he sends them earlier, so much the better.
Okay.
So can I make the recommendation then that, Kwesi, so if you could send all the documents that you have, if you could provide me, you might have to, hand check it off and scan it, but a checklist of which of these items you provided.
Okay.
And then could you indicate on each of the documents that you do provide which one it is, like which one of these criteria it fulfills. So that way we can, you know what I'm saying, we can make sure everything, jives together,
Sure.
and that we know that they know what they're looking at, and that would be helpful.
Sure.
And the other thing that you need to send to Sarah is what your plan is for the building, so that we can look at this in its entirety as well.
Right. I think it'll be obvious in the drawings, architectural drawings. So I'm going to forward those to her.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so
that said, though, are you determining preferably preserved tonight, or are you continuing it until June because of the financial review that you have to do? Because I think really when you're going to do a financial review, it extends it by a month.
Dick,
I was going to ask, so Sarah, I was actually going to ask you that question. Under the ordinance, we are obligated to act within a certain time period.
Mm-hmm.
So if the applicant asks to continue it, that's one thing, but can we continue it on our own, or don't we have an obligation to act on the question of preferably preserved tonight?
Right. So you can't continue it on your own. The applicant has to agree to that continuance or ask for it. There's no provision for for determining something preferably preserved now, and then reviewing financial information a month from now that would allow you to then lift the preferably preserved status if you agreed with it, for example, right?
Right, but we can lift the preferably preserved at any time.
You can lift the demolition delay at any time.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
That's right. So, so it seems to me, so here's how it seems to me, but Sarah and Wendy, tell me if you think it's otherwise. If the applicant asks us to consider financial hardship, then we have to vote on what documentation we're going to ask for. Unless the applicant asks us to continue, then it seems to me we have to vote on preferably preserved tonight. So if there's no continuance, we need to vote on it tonight. And if we determine that it's preferably preserved and the applicant wants us to consider financial hardship, then we would consider financial hardship at a subsequent meeting. And then take that into account in deciding if or how to modify our determination of preferably preserved.
We'll have to preserve.
Just as if we determined it was preferably preserved and we went through a process with him and ended up coming to a satisfactory resolution about what was going to happen, we would at that point determine to end the delay. So it seems like we have control over the delay once it's in place, and that we have no choice about doing it unless he asks us for continuance.
I think that unless he asks for continuance, yes, you have to vote tonight.
Yep.
On preferably preserved. However,
So then-
I'm not convinced.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. Wendy, could you scroll down to a determination of preferably preserved?
Sure.
Sorry. I'm not.
The hardship, I was going to say, hardship is actually in the determination of preferably preserved.
Mhm. Right. So that's one of the things that I was saying to Kwesi before in the emails that were going back and forth earlier, is that to make this request at the like he would have to make the request at the meeting tonight, and then they would have to you would have to consider the request at the next meeting. However, but I think the question about financial hardship is a way of having you not make the determination of preferably preserved. You see? And so I don't think that you can do, yes, it's preferably preserved, and then visit financial hardship a month later and change that preferably preserved decision.
Well, I thought Alan said preferably preserved means more than just one.
Sorry, Kwesi, hold on a second. Let me go back and
One
forth
at a
here with
time.
you as we try to figure this out.
Well, let me suggest, before answering that question in the abstract, let's ask the applicant.
Yes.
Do you want to ask us tonight for a hardship, which would be considered at the next meeting, and also ask to continue our determination of preferably preserved until the next meeting?
Before I answer that, I think Alan indicated earlier that preferably preserved it means a number of things. It could mean agreeing to keep certain features in the property as well, which is what I intend to do anyway. So I guess if you make that determination that it should be preferably preserved, and then you establish that I have a hardship, we can agree then to make whatever modifications would help maintain the character of the building. That was my understanding of what Alan indicated earlier, unless I misconstrued it.
I'm not quite sure that was the case. So usually, and Dick and Alan, correct me, but typically what happens is when something is determined to be preferably preserved and we look at, what, as part of a memorandum of agreement process, what could be built back, then we look at certain features that are incorporated, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's part of that process after preferably preserved is determined.
Right.
Yes.
Are we saying the same thing, just differently? Kwesi?
Yeah, yes,
Sorry.
it sounds like it's the same thing. I mean, if you make a determination that it's perfectly preserved, it doesn't mean that we cannot then agree on what features to incorporate.
Correct, absolutely. It's just that that process then starts after the determination is perfectly preserved. Right.
I mean,
So,
I prefer for you not to, make that determination, but I mean, it's up to you. It's your prerogative.
right. And so just so you know that that process of discussing what would be incorporated, what wouldn't, what do the plans look like, that would start like end of this week, beginning of next week, whenever we can get a meeting together. And then you'd meet with me and Wendy, et cetera. And we'd have a couple of meetings before the meeting in June. If we can come up with a memorandum of agreement to present to the commission, then they could review it and vote on that. But I don't think that what doesn't make sense is if we were to work on the memorandum of agreement process and the financial hardship process at the same time, like they kind of fight with each other. So I think the question is, which one do you want to pursue initially? Like,
frankly, we can fast track the preferably preserved and exactly what that means as far as the redevelopment of the structure into a memorandum of agreement in pretty quick time for June. So that would be the same time frame anyway as having a hardship hearing. So I don't know what the hardship hearing would really achieve, given that we would already be at the stage where we're looking at what's going to happen to the project anyway.
Well, the concern for me is, I mean, if I can get a commitment that I can actually expand the property, because without that expansion, it would not be feasible for me. That's the concern I have.
Oh,
so if we can
you mean a commitment tonight?
Right. I mean, even if you make that determination, I have a commitment that I can still go ahead and expand the property while maintaining the character of the property. That's the concern that I have, because I don't want to get to a place where you make the determination and I don't claim, financial hardship, and I have no recourse, essentially, is what I'm saying.
That's not really how it works, is it?
Because there is a hardship. I mean, I know Robin disagrees with me, but it is a hardship. I mean, it's just a reality.
Well, I'll just point out, I think the precedent and the tricky part is that, I mean, technically any developer who can't develop is a hardship. So, we can't set that precedent for all developers moving forward. It's always going to be a hardship to delay a project. So I would recommend going with the preferably preserved vote and work on coming to an agreement. We can't give any kind of commitment tonight because it all depends on the ideas and the plans that you present. So we can in no way give a commitment to expanding, but we can start the process of talking about it.
Oh, can I claim hardship later on at some point? Do I still have that option? Okay, so that's the concern.
How do you think that would influence things, Kwesi? I'm saying that this could be a redundant thing. As Robin said, it's just a waste of time and your effort.
It might be. I mean, to be very honest, if you see the drawings, it's very clear what the intent is. If you look at the designs, it just maintains the character of the existing building and the surrounding buildings. It's very obvious. So that's the intent anyway. And I didn't intend to raise the building down. You can see from the drawings as well. So
I think that's where we're going with this, is that we would see that as being the project, and the whole part about the hardship would become moot in that particular scenario, because we'd be looking at it whether hardship was there or not.
Okay, I mean, obviously,
but I don't think we can.
Before, so that's why I'm a little apprehensive. I'm sorry.
Right. But I don't. We can't advise you on how you should proceed. This is your application and your decision. But I do think we need to move along. So if you want to ask us to continue tonight's hearing until next month, then you should tell us that. If you don't want to do that, then I think we need to act on your application tonight as it stands.
Well, what I would like to do is to claim a financial hardship. So I don't know what that means
Okay.
as far as, continuing.
Okay, and under the ordinance, you can do that. And if you do that, we will then vote on what documents you want. We also, under the ordinance, need to make a decision about preferably preserved tonight, unless you want to ask us to continue that,
No, I
to
don't.
take it up at a later time.
No.
That's your
I'm okay
decision.
with
You
I'm
want us
okay
to
with
act tonight.
Yeah, I'm happy to claim financial hardship, as well as you can go ahead and vote on preferably preserved. That's okay with me.
So if you vote on preferably preserved tonight, then we're going to start engaging in the memorandum of agreement process.
Okay.
Right? Which could be a moot point for the whole financial hardship thing. Just so
Yes.
you know.
Okay, but just for the record, I mean, it will be there
Okay.
on the record.
All right. And
Yeah.
Dick, as a point, when we were looking at the revising this demolition review ordinance, in discussions with George, basically the essence of where we were going with this is that the shopping list of things that we have on here that we require for, it's not just picking the ones that we want. We basically, when we're looking at putting these things down in the ordinance, we wanted to see all of these, because all of these together paint a picture.
Right.
All right, so I don't think voting on which ones we want to see it is the question here. I think he's got to present the case, and he's got to present all these things that are here.
Okay. Well, a couple of them might not be relevant.
I agree with that.
Rental
All
history.
right.
It's not rented.
So, okay,
So
so
I'm fine what's relevant, but okay.
the applicant is not asking for a continuance.
No.
So I'm going to bring this back to a vote, and we're looking at a determination of preferably preserved on HBC.DMO 2021.1025 Appleton Street. All those in favor of voting this to be preferably preserved, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
And I'll do the roll call here. It's Robin,
Yes.
Adam,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Dick,
Yes.
and I say yes too. Okay, now the findings, do we want to adopt the same findings as we found for significant, or do we want to add other findings to that or change the findings?
I personally think your first ones are okay.
Yeah, I agree.
All right,
I agree.
I agree.
good. Well, I take that as a vote, so long as everybody says aye.
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 Okay,
Mr.
Because-
Chairman, could we pause for 1 second while I check on one thing before you vote on this next portion?
which next portion?
The financial hardship.
Right,
1 second.
Do we need to take a roll call vote on findings?
Yes, so
Actually-
go ahead and do that, but hold on everything else for a second.
everybody answered in sequence. So I think that was the roll call. It wasn't,
Okay.
everybody said yes, one after the other, in the sequence of the roll call. So
Okay.
I think we've done it.
I'm satisfied with that if Wendy and Sarah are.
I think Sarah's looking into something.
I'm satisfied, but I also don't know very much about roll call.
So I'm actually of the opinion with the hardship that anybody can petition us for hardship. And if they do, then we're obligated to hear it. So I don't know what Sarah is looking at this particular point in time. The things that are in the ordinance were specifically discussed over multiple sessions in looking at this revision to the ordinance to make sure that we had all the things that we were going to need so that we could make an informed decision as commissioners. And this was then reviewed by the city solicitor. Frankly, I had a few more things I wanted to add in, but the city solicitor said no. Like, for instance, interest rates. Sarah, have you?
She's on the phone.
Sarah, are you still there?
This is Charlotte speaking. I can see that she is still there and is still just muted and off camera and most likely on the phone.
I think we should move along.
To the commission, sorry, just give me one more second.
Love they say makes you feel this way.
It's not me.
I'm so sorry. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
I apologize. I was talking with the director and now I'm talking back to myself somehow. And somehow my iTunes went on while I was on mute. I hope you didn't hear that, or did you?
You did.
You did.
It was great.
I'm so sorry.
Can we move on, Sarah?
Yes. So what I was talking to the director about was the sequence of the vote. So we went over that section of the code, and what needed to happen is that the review of the financial materials needs to happen before the determination of preferably preserved, not the determination of preferably preserved and then a review of financial information afterwards, because the consideration of financial hardship influences whether or not a property is determined to be preferably preserved.
Sarah, what is the requirement under the ordinance for us to act within a certain time period?
Well, this is the thing. I mean, it's, Wendy, I'd have to ask you to scroll up further. So this is the thing. I mean, you either have to act, you will have to act during a certain time period unless the applicant continues. If the applicant is unwilling to
The
continue,
applicant told us he does not want to continue.
then you have to make the determination of preferably preserved, and you can't consider the financial hardship at the next meeting.
Because they,
It has to be done prior to the vote
because the
of
applicant,
preferably preserved. That's right.
So we would have to have a separate meeting
so we,
between hearings.
we needed
I'm sorry,
to act tonight on preferably preserved, and if the applicant had not already asked us to consider financial hardship and provided the documents, then it's too late. Is that what you're saying?
Right, or he could have
Yes.
asked you tonight and continue, and therefore then would have to agree to a continuance of your determination until the June
Right.
meeting in order for you to consider those
Right. But he
financial
told us he did not want to continue.
considerations.
He
Right.
did not want to continue.
Right. So if Kwesi, so if you don't want to continue and wait, they have two options right now. They could rescind their vote for preferably preserved, and you could continue and not have a determination of preferably preserved until June while they consider the financial information. If you don't want to continue, they don't have a choice but to vote on preferably preserved tonight.
And we have.
And they can't take financials, right, which you've already done technically. You could rescind it, but it gets messy. And then they can't take financial hardship into consideration right now. Like, we can't not continue and consider financial hardship next time. That has to be done before they decide whether a property is preferably preserved.
I think I had that sense. That's why I sent you that email a couple of weeks ago to clarify, see what I needed to send the documentation out ahead of time.
Right, which is exactly what I wrote, yeah, in that email. So I guess it was worth a try tonight, but yeah, no, that can't happen at this point. Again, unless you're okay with them rescinding their vote on preferably preserved and you want to turn in all that information, etc.
Okay, I mean, I'd like to turn that information in, so I guess we'd have to continue with that. That's not what I would like to do, but I find myself in a no-win situation, because I'd like, at least for I'd like it to be on the record that I claimed financial hardship.
Okay, so then you realize then that they will have to make a motion to rescind their vote of preferably preserved based on your request to have them consider financial hardship and to continue the meeting to June. And then they will discuss the financial hardship in June. And in June, they'll take their vote on preferably preserved.
Right.
That makes sense? Okay.
So if you would like us to continue, I'm willing to make a motion to reconsider the decision on preferably preserved.
And just so that it's clear, if we are delaying the decision until June, then any memorandum of agreement would not be voted on until July at the earliest.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
That's right. Everything would be pushed back.
A month. Each thing is a month.
At least.
Yeah. You see that, Kwesi?
So is that what you would like us to do?
Well, I guess I'm a little confused though. I mean,
If you want us, Tracy, if you want us to consider financial hardship in the decision, then your only option is to ask us for a continuance and to ask us to rescind our vote on preferably preserved and have it again discussed in June. Otherwise, we've already taken a vote on preferably preserved and the findings. And you can't apply any financial hardship.
I guess part of my confusion is
So this is your decision.
The process going forward, so it's not very clear to me. That's why I'm a little apprehensive. I mean, my intent, like I said, is to maintain the character as much as possible. I'm sorry.
Can I try?
Sarah just explained. So
Go ahead.
Sarah just explained that if you want us to consider financial hardship, we need to do that before we act on whether it's preferably preserved. If you want us to do it, you need to tell us that, and you need to ask us to continue the case
I understand that.
and rescind our original decision, and then continue the case till next month. This is your decision. This is not ours. We've already made our decision. If you would like to ask us to do that, then ask us to do that, and then we will act on your request.
And Adam, did you have something to add to that too?
Well, I was just going to make it clear that the two things can't happen at the same time. So there's two paths. You either choose go with the preferably preserved and start the process, or you take the chance on delaying another month and going for the financial hardship, but we can't do both at the same time. So it's one choice or the other. And one could add a month or so to the process.
Okay, we'll just keep your vote. Just keep your vote.
Okay.
Keep the vote preferably preserved. So you don't want to ask us to continue this to next month.
Right.
Just to be clear.
So what happens next then? I mean, what happens next? I just want a little clarity. If we keep the vote, do we start the process right away, or agreeing on some kind of a memorandum?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Right.
Okay, fair
So they won't be able to consider hardship. Don't have to turn any of that in. And we start setting up meetings to go over a memorandum of agreement without my iTunes coming on in the background.
Okay, so I'm still going to send you the architectural drawings so you can forward to the commission.
Yes, that's correct. Actually, before I even forward them to the commission, you, Wendy, and I are going to meet and talk about what your proposal is and some of the historic elements that the HPC will probably want to see incorporated into your proposal.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So while I was away, you voted and adopted findings?
Yes.
I am so sorry. I am so mortified that that music came on. I have no idea what happened. I had to call my husband over and you probably heard to help me and you probably heard that too.
Sarah,
No problem.
don't apologize.
Let's move on.
Music
It was the best, it was the best part of the meeting.
Thank God. Maybe?
Okay, Chrissy,
All right,
thank
very
you.
good.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your indulgence. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll be in touch.
Yeah, thanks. Bye-bye.
Let's move along.
Before we go to the next case, I think,
Yes, Dick.
before we go to the next case, Alan, I think I need to leave. Which means, among other things, that I will not be here for the election, which will be at the end of the meeting. So I just want to say to those of you who are here that any of you would do a great job in any of the positions, and I hope that you will all run for one of them, and whoever, whatever position you run for and whoever gets elected has my support.
Are we allowed to nominate and vote for you?
That's the one exception to what I said about anybody who gets elected will have my support. If you try and elect me, you will not have my support. I was chair and vice chair for about 15 years. And I enjoy doing it. And if you take it on, I think you will enjoy it, and any of you would do a great job. But I'm not volunteering for that part. So thank you, Robin, for clarifying.
Thank you.
That otherwise I might have woken up tomorrow morning and found out that I'd been elected.
Yes, you would have.
Okay, thank you, Dick.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Okay, and let's move on to the next one, which is 59 Bow Street, HPC.DMO 2021.13. This is Elan Sassoon here?
No, but his representative is. Charlotte, can you unmute Philip Sema?
Philip Sema is unmuted.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Okay, we can't hear you.
Phil, are you there?
Hi, yeah, hi. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Could you state your
Elon
name
is
for the
also
record?
here. Yes, hi, this is Philip Sema from Balance Architects. Elon is also on here. So if you could unmute him, he just texted me as well.
And Bill, just for my notes, can I get a spelling on your last name, please?
Yeah, the last name is S-I-M-A.
Okay, I got it right. Thank you.
Yep, and Elon might be calling in from a number 305-206-2971.
Okay, because he doesn't show up in the attendee list right now.
This is Charlotte
Okay.
speaking. We're only able to unmute people if they have a computer associated with their phone, not if they are purely on their phone, because the computer is what shows up in the attendees list.
Okay. Well, I can try and help in any way possible. So.
All right. So you, the last meeting, your property, this property at 59 Bow Street was determined to be significant. Do you have anything you'd like to add or discuss about this?
I would not. Yeah, and I don't know, Sarah, if this went to a meeting or this was determined by the applicant to just go to that second phase. I think we
Correct.
discussed that, right?
Correct. Yes, the applicants waived the determination of initial, of historic significance, so it immediately goes to preferably preserved, step 2.
Yeah. And you understand the what preferably preserved means? Or would you like me to explain that to you?
Yes. We understand what preferably preserved means.
Okay, fine. Then do you have anything else to add? Because you'd applied for this to demolish the structure in Bow Street?
Yeah. Yeah, we were applying to demolish the structure. I actually have Elon on here too, who I'm going to put on speakerphone in case he has anything. Hey, Elon, you're on speakerphone and you're talking to everyone as well.
Fantastic.
All right. So yeah, we were just discussing if we wanted to add any additional comments to our plan to demolish the property. We think the building is not really historically significant in terms of the architectural style. I mean, some of the context is across the street. However, like directly abutting it to the rear, there's basically an electrical utility station. And even the street itself, it's not paved on Bow Street Place. So it's our intent to develop the property through the demolition. And I don't know, Elon, if you want to chime in on anything.
No, I mean, we actually did that beautiful historical renovation across the street at 42 Bow Street. And, you know, this because of the new zoning that's been changed with an MR4, I believe, Phil designed a beautiful building. And I'd love to carry it through. It's going to be very special. I think the house that's there now is pretty run down, and I'm not sure there's anything very special about it. There's like an old block garage in the back, and so I think what he's designed is really special, and I'd just like to make sure that we can, you know, carry that through.
All right, well, as you're aware, we're in looking at preferably preserved, when we have little purview over what goes in its place. We're only really interested in the structure that's there on the land at present, and the condition and preserving that in some form or another. So with that open, what I'd like to do is pass this now across to the commissioners for comment. Eric, you're looking very intently there at the screen. You've got some.
I pulled up Google Street View again. I've driven by it 600,000 times, but I'm just looking again. I mean, my thoughts. Okay, it's X number of years back. That whole side of the street was slated to be part of the Union Square Historic District. It is across the street from the Historic District. You correctly point out it does mirror a taller building on the other side. The building itself, it's vinyl clad, but it has all of its original massing. It's actually kind of a quaint Queen Anne building with a little turret and all that kind of stuff. So it's reasonably intact, has obviously siding and new windows and things like that, but it's definitely contributing to the historic district that is Bow Street, generally speaking. It's a little bit more detached in that it's got Stanhopes and things between it and the other buildings on that side of the street. So I see value in that house. I didn't realize till this that the city had upzoned that whole side of the street, through that whole side under the bus in the way. So, those are my thoughts. What do you all think?
I agree about the, I mean, it's kind of remarkably intact in terms of its form and massing. Here's the fenestration is probably close to original locations and whatnot. It's kind of just the envelope that's, you know, crummy and 20th century. But so, yeah, I think it would be, I would rather see something of that scale there than something different, but I think it's worth preserving. But
Adam, any thoughts?
Not anything additional. I agree with what was said. It's kind of, I think because of the lack of architectural detail makes it a little tough, but I agree with everyone's point about massing and fenestration, so nothing new to add.
Just to expound a little bit at budget again, Bow Street was conceived as sort of like a buffer, a residential buffer to the higher Union Square, which has ample. I hear somebody talking. So in concept, I'm a little bit nervous about seeing this kind of creeping density down the left side of Bow Street when it's really meant to be sort of a residential-ish strip that sort of serves a transition between Union Square proper and then the neighborhoods. And so if we start putting in taller buildings, as zoning seems to encourage now, we run the risk of rendering kind of absurd these little houses on the other side of Bow Street, which are kind of all by themselves, sandwiched. No, and I do get that this project is not that far down the street yet, but they're sort of like dominoes. Let you guys continue.
Eric, there was some thought a little while back about, a few years back about including this into the historic area, I believe. Is this missed out, this structure? Do you remember anything on this?
Well, that was part of the map that we drew of a greater historic district within Union Square. At that point, there was a scheme which identified contributing and non-contributing buildings. I think that approach has been not taken up, but this was certainly in that. The attempt was to preserve the entire streetscape of Bow Street, not just one side of it. But that was, I don't know, 7 years ago or something like that. No.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, I tend to go along with that. I think, is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on this out there? Charlotte?
This is Charlotte speaking. Alon Sassoon is here and is not from the public, but is unmuted. I'm not seeing anyone else. We only have 3 people, 3 attendees at this point, and 2 of them are the applicant. And the third one.
Okay. And nobody's holding up their hand?
Nope.
Okay, then let's close that section of the public meeting and move ahead. I think it's time for us to put this to the vote. What we're looking at is the preferably preserved status of 59 Bow Street, HPC.DMO 2021.13. All those in favor of declaring it preferably preserved, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
I'll do the roll call again. So that's Robin,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Adam,
Yes.
and I say yes too. Okay, so we've declared it to be preferably preserved. Now, do we have anything to add to the findings that we found when we declared it significant?
Oh, we haven't declared it. It sort of defaulted its way there, so I don't think we have any findings yet, do we?
Correct.
Okay, well, in that case, I think it's part of the historic fabric of the streetscape of Bow Street, as Eric mentioned, and that it's consistent in its massing and form and fenestration. And anything else that we need to add to that? I think that sort of...
It retains a, I wouldn't say unique, but fairly rare massing type within the Queen Anne style. It's sort of a distinct building that way in spite of its cladding. Reasonably intact.
All right. Robin, anything else to add?
No, nothing additional.
Okay, then let's vote on those findings. Do you have them down, Adam?
I do, yep.
Okay. All those in favor of adopting those as the findings? Robin?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
And I say yes too. Okay. So we've found 59 Bow Street to be preferably preserved. And the next step will be in negotiation on exactly what that means with the city, with the planning department, and also with the commission. With that, I'd like to move on to the last preferably preserved, which is HMO HPC DMO.2021.14 which is 115 Thurston Street. And I believe it's the same applicant, isn't it?
Correct. Charlotte Elon is, I think, signed in under another name and needs to be unmuted. Well, his same name, but on a different account.
Yeah, he is unmuted on both.
I think I am now. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. That's a shame about 59 Bow Street, but we will wait the 1 year and hopefully we can negotiate and show you what we're going to do there and make the city proud. But
you don't necessarily need to wait the year. What you can do is you can start negotiations immediately. The 1 year is the outer limit.
okay, we'll do that with Sarah.
Yeah.
Okay. So 115 Thurston, great location right up the street, Union Square. Same architect, Philip Sema. He's designed a beautiful mansard house, 9 units that we can put there. We can put more units to the zoning, but we made it less. And yeah, so right now it's a mishmash of a few properties that we'd like to take down.
Okay, then I'd like to open this up for commissioners discussion.
I only see one property on the site. You said there are multiples, or am I looking at the wrong building?
Well, I think there were 3. Was there 3 units? Maybe it's 1 building and 3 units.
Yep.
I think
I
there was.
think that was the case.
Yeah.
There were certain parts, actually on the assessor's map in Somerville, it kind of has this little like dog tail that is no longer part of it. That so the site kind of was evolving a little bit, but we're looking at removing the primary building that's kind of clad in that stucco.
Yeah.
With the balconies.
Triple decker. It's the one interesting feature of the property to me is those very, very deep overhangs at the roof line. Do they seem pronounced to anyone else? I find them interesting, where otherwise it's a pretty straightforward form.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to figure this one out, actually. It's an attractive building, but it's hard to tell what it was really there. I imagine it wasn't stucco originally.
Yeah.
It looks like it was applied based on the depth of the windows and things. It has kind of a cornice line up there with those deep projections you noted.
Yeah.
Porches. But that dental work up on the cornice, I'm not sure whether that was originally there or not. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you think, Adam?
Yeah, I'm also having trouble figuring it out and looking at other buildings around. Nothing else really like it. I almost feel like the dental work and the overhang might have been a later addition, but that's just my. It almost looks like something you'd see in Brookline on those. They're kind of Brighton with a lot of the streets lined with those triple deckers. It just it looks, I don't know, it looks newer to me. It's kind of the roof part of it. Yes.
It's a lone triple decker, so it's not part of a grouping in that respect.
Yeah.
And the triple decker building type is not exactly rare in the city. So I don't know. On the flip side, it's a pretty building. That's not necessarily historic criteria.
Yeah, I'm zooming in on the dentals and they look too, I kind of crisp and sharp to be historic. They look newer.
Yeah.
Well, they look kind of shallow too. Like, I think if it were an original building, those would have been deeper.
Yeah, they're just like applied.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 3/4 inch, something or another. I agree. I don't think they're original. The porch posts are like pressure treated posts. It's kind of, I don't know, maybe it was renovated in like the 80s, 90s.
See a fantastic stained glass window in the house next door, but
Yeah.
I guess the next month's hearing is a demolition of that.
Alan, do you have thoughts?
I don't know. It's as Eric said, it's sort of the one sort of alone. It's sort of an odd man out there, isn't it? It looks as though it's had a lot of, you know, the mathing is probably pretty much original, but it's sort of had a lot of stuff done to it, hasn't it?
Yeah. It's missing a couple windows on its right side.
I don't sort of see it as being a great benefit to the architectural heritage of the city. I mean, you're the realtor. You told me, Robin.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously it needs some love. It's a little down at the heels, but you know, but I'm a fan of triple deckers. They are a really good form, but I don't know that this particular one is enough of a star to, you know, make it through this test. Yeah, I don't see that this is one to fight for.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that. Okay, let's open it up. Charlotte, are there any members of the public out there who would like to comment on this?
This is Charlotte speaking. I will give everyone a moment, but we only have 3 people. They're the same 3 people, and 2 of them are still the applicant. I am not seeing anyone raising their hands.
All right, then I think we'll close this section of the public hearing. And I think if we're ready, unless one of the commissioners has something to add, we could take this to a vote. We're voting on the preferably preserved status of 115 Thurston Street, HPC.DMO 2021.14. All those in favour of declaring it preferably preserved, please say aye. All those in favour of not declaring it preferably preserved, please say aye.
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 Okay, and I'll do the roll call on that. That's Robin?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
And I agree with you. Okay. And so our findings as to why we didn't find it preferably preserved was that would somebody like to venture some findings, Eric?
Well, it's not a rare building type. It's not among the better examples of the triple decker building type. It's kind of like what we covered. It's not part of what do we call it?
Streetscape.
Streetscape.
It's not,
Yeah.
yeah, it's not contributing to the streetscape there.
And one thing I noticed, it's across the street from some beautiful buildings, but it's not the same style as those, so it's not really, yeah, part of that.
Okay.
I
You
hope
happy
whatever
with those?
does justice to the streetscape, because there's actually some really nice houses on Thurston.
Hmm.
Okay.
All right. All those in favor of accepting those as the findings? Robin?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
And I agree. All right.
Thank you.
So for the applicant, we've found it to be no need to preferably preserve it, even though we found it significant.
Thank you, Alan. Appreciate it.
Guys,
Okay.
Thanks.
No problem. And good luck with your project.
Thank you.
I'd like to move on now to the determination of significance for 60 Medford Street, which is HBC.DMO 2021.12. Is the applicant here?
I'm going to assume it's Milton Yu and unmute him since he is the only attendee left.
Yes, I'm here, present. Good evening.
Milton, the last person standing.
We made it. Name's Milton Yu, Peter Quinn Architects LLC in Davis Square, representing the applicant for PMP Carroll Realty Trust. I believe the 27th or last month, 64 Medford Street was found to be not significant. So now we're here for the other building, 60 Medford Street.
Okay. Well, and if you were here last month, then you understand the process. Do you need me to explain the process to you again?
Please, if you have a.
Okay. If we follow the guidelines of the National Park Service and the Secretary of the Interior, and we look at a structure on the basis of those guidelines as to its significance to the city, which includes architectural and civic value to the culture of the city. And if we determine something to be significant, then we not only come to that conclusion, but then we also put down our findings as to why, and those findings have to be consistent with also the guidelines that we have. So it's something that is not arbitrary. It's something that follows a pattern. And if we find it significant, then the following month, what we look at is if it's preferably preserved or not. And preferably preserved could mean anything from, yes, the building has to retain as it is and just be restored, or it could be demolished at the other end of the spectrum, but with provisos such as architectural drawings and photographic images that are kept, and maybe keeping some relics from the building or some other forms. We've often taken architectural elements away from a building that's been demolished and preserved those. So if we find it preferably preserved, that starts a process of up to 12 months to allow us to come to a meeting of the minds and develop a memorandum of understanding as to exactly what that means to allow the applicant to proceed one way or the other. Okay, that's basically how it fits together. Does that make sense to you?
It does.
Good. So I'd like to open this up to commissioners to for comment.
I guess this is Adam. I think this one's tough given its location on the streetscape, and I might let others describe what they think more eloquently about that. But I'm always kind of partial to these one-story commercial buildings, and I hate to see them go. You know, it's original masonry, and it's obviously not in great shape, and it's hard to tell what those fenestrations at one point were. But I don't know. My belief is always that it's something could be done either on top of or to incorporate these one-story commercial buildings, and I always think it's a shame to see them go.
Yeah, I think the structure has a lot of, it doesn't have a lot of detail, but it's got a lot of character. And in terms of, you know, that poor stretch of Medford Street has just been so modified in terms of the topography. And, you know, in some ways, the building stands alone. You know, it's not in any real context with other similar kinds of structures or things like that. But I do think that that also tells the story of that immediate little pocket of the world, that it's, you know, butted up to, you know, small wood framed residential structures. And it's all just such a hodgepodge, which, you know, that is the story. But yeah, that's not typically what we think of as, you know, contributing to the streetscape or things like that. But it's a tough one. Yeah, it's tough because I think it's got a lot of character, and I hate to see that original masonry go away, but
I'll just also add that
I think most people would describe it as an eyesore. So I do not, but
yeah, I'll also just add to my comment. I think zooming in a little bit, I think what maybe it gives it some character is the original stone kind of cornice detail. Although it needs a little love, it's still there, and I think that's for me what kind of adds to the character of that stone cornice across the front.
I'm in total agreement with you guys. I give a lot of latitude to these little commercial brick masonry buildings just because they're becoming so scarce, and there's such a throwback to another time in the city. And so by default, I tend to think this is a significant building. The setting is a horrible one for it. It's unfortunate that it's right there in that spot. And given that this is part of that parcel next door that's coming down already, it's, you know, there's no realistic expectations you're going to keep it till it's waited out. But I do believe that the building is significant. Well, it's observed, that's another hearing, but try them on this one.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate location because that street dives right underneath the railway line there, and it's right next to it's what almost abutting the sound barriers now for the new T line. So it's and that's a strange little spot because the streets just behind that have some really interesting little houses on it. But this street, this part of Medford Street, this area was once many over 100 years ago was workers' houses who actually worked in the abattoir that was opposite where Somerville Cambridge Elder Services is now, and it was quite an obnoxious place to live apparently.
It was called. Recently, I learned that area was called the Gold. Shoot, back in the Prohibition era, there was like speakeasies and all kinds of crazy stuff going on in there. It's really rowdy.
Yeah, and there's that other area. What's it called? The Duck River or the Duck Zone, apparently, which was big on the speakeasy. Yeah, Duck Village. Yeah, that has nothing to do with ducks. That's got people ducking out.
Or ducking in.
Or ducking in the time of Prohibition. Interesting history in Somerville, but quite frankly, when I look at it, it's an interesting little building, and it's intact, and it looks remarkably robust and solid. It's in an unfortunate place, and I don't see much in the way of commercial development happening in this area like that anymore. So I don't feel that it adds anything to the fabric of the city at this point in time, personally.
Building wrong place.
So anybody, any commissioners have?
I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the zoning map, see what we're zoned for. It's urban residential.
Yeah.
Urban residential.
Yeah.
That's urban residential there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That wasn't made something else.
Bigger?
Yeah, given the way the cities approached other lots.
Okay, I'd like to open this up to any members of the public that are there. Charlotte?
This is Charlotte speaking. There is no one else in attendance, so I don't expect anyone to raise their hand or chat that they wish to comment.
Okay. And if there are no members of the public, I'll close that section of the meeting. How do we feel on this? Are we ready to vote on this, or do you want to add some more thought into it? Adam, you look like you're in a thoughtful mood there.
No, I think I'm kind of made up my mind. It is a tough one, but I don't have anything else to add.
All right, then let's put it to the vote. We're going to vote on the significance of 60 Medford Street, which is HPC.DMO 2021.12. All those in favor of declaring it significant, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'm going to do a roll call. That's Robin,
No.
Adam,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
and I say no. So we
Now
have
what?
4-4.
You can split. That never happens.
Wait. So what is the vote? Two for
2
historic
for and 2
significance?
against.
And did you call the vote to vote for it to be historically significant?
Yes.
And when it's a tie like that, the motion fails.
Motion fails.
The motion fails. So if you say, like, you're bringing it to a vote, how many vote for historic significance? 2 say yes, 2 say no, then it is not historically significant. The vote to determine it historically significant fails.
Well,
That has to be great. Okay.
That's the tiebreaker.
Oh, not me. I'm just giving you the explanation. I'm telling y'all how it works.
Wendy's job.
All right, and our findings are that it's not really a good example, but it's, no, hang on.
We have a lot of different findings.
Yeah.
Robin,
Yeah.
Eric and I had different findings.
Yeah, I don't think you have to adopt findings because the motion failed. So it's just simply the motion failed.
Okay.
Yep.
The motion failed.
Yep.
All right. So the applicant is going to be free to get a certificate from you to allow them to go to ISD to demolish them. Okay. Thank you to the applicant. All right. Good luck with the project.
Thank you.
Nice to hear you, Milton.
Talk to you later.
Bye.
Let's move on to other business. The other business we have HPC elections and minutes. And I'd like to start off with the elections. So we have 3 positions. We've got the chair, the vice chair, and Adam's job at present, which is the secretary. Now, I've already stated that I'm planning on emigrating. I don't know when. currently, we're looking at taking a exploratory trip to the UK later this year. And we believe we'll be able to do that. So it could be longer than a year. It might be 2 years. We don't know at this point in time. It's all COVID stuff, depending. But as such, I don't feel as though I should be in a position to stand for office again. So I think that I'd like to have somebody else stand for chair. Is there anybody interested in doing that job? No, Eric, you're the vice chair at present.
Yes, I'm acting vice chair, whatever you call it.
No, you're vice chair.
I am vice chair.
You're full vice chair.
Was I voted to that, or did I just? Okay.
You didn't self-select.
Don't seem so surprised, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to allow myself to be that going forward, so it's not. I just wasn't sure. Yeah. So I would just. I mean, in the world of the Pez distributor, I would just bump up to chair.
Yeah.
As your honor. How'd that work?
Well, you would bump up to chair if I resign, for instance.
Yeah. So you're planning to end your term tonight, then?
Yes. Not as a commissioner, because I can stay as a commissioner, but I want to have that flexibility to be able to move on. Does that make sense, Robin?
Yeah, what I'm wondering is who's still on the commission, who's obviously we only have a few of us here right now, but who's not here?
Ryan's not here.
DJ and Ryan.
DJ, Ryan, and Dick. Dick is not here.
And Dick, right. But Dick is not interested.
That's it? That's the entire commission now?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I think part of our problem is we need more commissioners.
Yes, we do.
So we have put the word out for commissioners multiple times and get nobody.
How are you putting the word out?
I am actually not in charge of that, mercifully. But we put out a call for members of the commission in the same way that they do for the zoning and planning board. So it goes out on social media, it goes out in other media outlets, and I don't know what else they do beyond that. So we always have takers for zoning and planning, or urban design commission, but not for the historic preservation commission.
That's depressing.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
Okay.
In the old days, that was Brandon's job, was to go out and kind of like pull you onto the ship, the whaling boat kind of thing. She was good at it, though.
Yeah.
She got me.
Okay.
You have any suggestions how people can reach more people?
I mean, so basically what we're saying is it's down to me, Eric, and Adam are the only people, because Dick has said that he's not up for anything. Alan is leaving us all to deal with the craziness that is the United States. And DJ, we can barely get to show up to meetings, let alone.
Yeah.
And there's Ryan, and I'm not sure it's necessarily an interest of his, but he hasn't.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, but he hasn't been asked or indicated in one way, shape, or form. I think that some folks generally might be concerned about their ability to, like, run a meeting, know the rules, know what has to happen. But that's also why staff is here to help guide that too, right? So that, like, I'm pushy, so like I'll jump in if I need to, but also happy to, like, Alan and I talk on a regular basis, probably too regular for his liking. But we always talk about what's going on as like a staff person and chair, and we do that with planning, we do that with zoning too. So that is also part of the reason why we're here. So there's nothing to fear in that regard. I think people sometimes tend to get reticent about running a meeting and are worried about how they do it. But that can be overcome. The real poor slob in all of this is Adam.
I'm quite prepared to help anybody who and in any way that I can, who wants to take over that particular role. I'm here for it. But I think in all fairness, I just want to say that I'm also a long-term care ombudsman, which consumes a lot of my time. And I'm also still currently the commissioner who goes to the CPA meetings.
Right.
And I still have a year's term to go with that before that ends, because I took over when our former representative left.
Yeah.
And I don't mind continuing doing that, all right, because I've put some things in place to tidy all that up, which are actually now in place, so that hopefully that's going to be a little bit better.
You know, certainly, like, you know, we can't go on forever not doing elections. I mean, it is understood, you know, it is understandable that you have people who, a couple people who aren't here who might want to weigh in. I don't think it would be fair to nominate anybody who's not here. But, you know, is there any value in, if people still want to think, and, you know, is there any value or any willingness, Alan, on your part, to be like acting chair in the interim, or be like acting vice chair, or, you know, if Eric wants to be chair, like, you know.
Sure, I don't mind that. But
And
I
mean,
just
I
don't want it to be permanent.
That's fine too.
What'd you say, Eric?
I think if I'm going to becoming vice chair, it kind of assumes that you're going to occasionally be chair anyway. So it's not like that's unanticipated. So if it necessary, I would be willing to slide over to the chair position. Understanding that there might be a meeting or two that I can't get to, like in July, perhaps, and I don't know what we do then. Who becomes vice chair?
Well, I guess my opinion is I would nominate Brahma to be vice chair if it was something that you would want to do.
Not really, but I'm fine with it until we get more people who we can rope in. Do it. I mean, and I don't mean rope in, but I mean people who are genuinely interested in such a position. I just, you know, I will do it, but I'm not seeking it, if you know what I mean. So, yeah.
And I think you're right. I think we need to get more people, but I think, see, you're the only lady that we have at present too, Robin, as a commissioner. We don't have anybody of any ethnic background who's not white Caucasian.
I know. It's, yeah, that's a problem.
Any information about that?
Yeah.
I've been having some discussions internally about inclusivity when it comes to board and community representation. So I'm not sure what the next steps are on that from the folks who are handling it.
I guess aside from that aspect, so I can be out kind of campaigning for people, are there specific roles? I feel like we kind of have a pretty diverse background right now, but are there specific roles that we're lacking or that we usually have that we should be targeting as far as occupations?
Sure,
Yeah,
there's
sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Alan. Go ahead, Alan.
Sorry, you do it.
Yeah, so there's always the contractor position, right? There's always more than one, like you fill that, but there's the contractor position, there's city planner position. There is a local historic district resident. There is a landscape architect, architectural historian, right? Because since Caitlin left, who had filled that role, we don't have that. We always have the architect position. And then we have obviously realtor. Technically, you're supposed to be a board of some unwieldy number of like 14 people, which I think is absurd, in my opinion. You know, 7 permanent, 7 alternate, and it doesn't make any sense to me because it's a huge board. Most boards are like 7 and a couple of alternates, or 5 and a couple of alternates. So technically, with the way the ordinance is written now, we actually have, you know, quite a few openings for people who fill all sorts of roles like that. We also just have regular community members, meaning they don't have to be a resident in a local historic district or anything of that nature. So we have a lot of options open.
And there's another role that we often discuss we'd like to have, and that's one of an engineer.
Yep.
So that when somebody comes in and says, you know, this is failing, or the engineer report comes in and says it's failing, and here's the report. And it's one of those sort of engineer's reports that, you know, a sixth former could write. The engineer can go through it and pick it to pieces.
Mhm.
Well,
If
with
you
that,
guys-
what I'd like to do is I would like to nominate Eric to take the position of chair. Is there a seconder?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, you're abstaining, are you, Eric?
I should abstain. It seemed narcissistic of me otherwise. I don't know. You'll be
Okay,
sorry.
so
You'll
very
regret
good.
it. So mark my words.
And I'd also like to nominate Robin Kelly as being the vice chair. Okay, is there a seconder for Robin?
I'll second, Robin.
Adam seconding. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous again. So Adam, do you want to continue with your role as currently as contractor advocate and note keeper, minute man?
Yes, as long as I work on getting minutes in a more timely fashion to Sarah and Wendy, but yes.
Okay,
That's fine. No, it's a good way to, I mean, I still am learning and it's a good way to learn. So yes, I'm fine in sticking with that.
I'm
Okay.
glad you're. I loathe minute taking, so you get a bottle of beer or something from us. I don't know.
Okay.
Actually, my wife loves taking minutes.
Really?
Really, really. Anyway, I'd like to nominate Adam for that position again this year. Is there a second?
I will second.
Robin seconding it. And all those in favor?
Aye.
Hold up your hand. Okay. Adam, you're duly elected, my friend.
Okay.
All right. And we've got down here minutes, but I don't have any minutes to review.
You don't.
I don't.
Get them next time. Which is what I said last time.
And I don't have a CPC update for people. We did have a CPC meeting last month, and we've got another one this month, and we have another one coming up. But the CPC meeting didn't include anything on historic preservation of note. Right?
We
But we are moving.
We did lose our CPA manager.
Yes, on staff.
Mhm.
Yeah, Judith, which is a shame. I kind of like Judith, but we are moving into a period now with people are starting to put in applications. And one of the things that I was always on about with the CPA was that anyone for historic preservation has to come to the commission first, not to the CPA, get the CPA's blessing, then say, oh, you've got to go to the commission. Because there's no sense approving funds if we don't approve the project.
Right.
A before B always. So I've got that in place, and it's in the document, it's in the applications, it's in the forms that they have to submit, everything. There's check boxes now that they've seen us. All right. So, and I'm policing it. Anyway, congratulations to the new executives. And if I can be of any help to you, let me know. All right. It's a fun job. And, you know, Robin, I treasure you being a commissioner here because we need women in this, not white men. Sorry, Adam. So
It would be good if there were like more than just white women, you know, but yeah,
Yes.
we need more people.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know the best way to actually have a little thing on that, but is it putting the word out in some of these neighborhood groups like Nextdoor or the Facebook neighborhood, Davis Square, Winter Hill, any of those kind of things? Because maybe we're just not reaching people.
Yeah. The problem with that is that we have at the city somebody that manages those things, and that particular person is very possessive about it and doesn't like to delegate things out or have other people trying to usurp that role. So
Are you talking about a
if-
particular Facebook page?
if,
Seriously,
well,
are you? Because we have a way around that particular Facebook page. If it's the one I'm thinking about, if it's your Facebook page.
My Facebook page?
The commission's Facebook
commission.
page.
yes.
There are other ways to get the word out instead of on that.
But what if one of us just as a citizen says, hey, anyone want to join this commission? It's fun, you know, and contact Sarah or
Contact
whoever.
your friends and tell them, yeah, that you're interested in doing it. Yeah.
There's no public deliberation. There's no reason that you could get in trouble for saying that, just as Eric Parks is a member of
Yeah,
Blair
I don't
Hill.
think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you'd be fine.
Snarky comments from some people who think that we're bad.
Well,
but
you know, it definitely puts you in that position. So you'd have to be in the position to not like reply to anything. So,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on, you know, there's always a possibility you open yourself up. It could always be somebody has a bad thing to say about me or Wendy. Not Wendy yet because she's new. But but what you could direct them to actually is to a specific email address, which I'll give to you, and it's the historic@somervillema.gov email address, if people are interested.
Okay. I think I
They
have
can
that one.
contact me too, but I'm not always the most popular person.
Well,
Oh,
I think
you're popular with us.
That's all that counts.
Of
I
course
think
it
the
My
is.
dog likes me.
they consider joining and they come to one of our meetings and they disappear. It's like
I can't imagine why. We've only been here this evening for 4+ hours.
Yeah. This is unusual. This is, and I keep telling this to Wendy, the last meeting was unheard of unusual. And then this one is later than typical.
I felt bad for Wendy, even though you were virtual at that point, of thinking this is your first introduction. You're going to get on a plane and fly right back down to Florida.
At this point, I just think that Sarah's lying to me, and she's just going to keep saying it for months.
You won't be the only person who thinks that.
I used to have a wonderful tradition of going to our meetings in person, and then I would get sushi at EB Sushi on the way home. There was enough time. I miss those days.
So that you all know, speaking of which, we're not sure at this point if the next meeting is going to be all virtual, if it's going to be hybrid, or if it's going to be in person, because the governor is lifting the state of emergency as of June 15th, and our ability to hold virtual meetings is tied to that state of emergency, unless the state legislature enacts something else that allows it to continue or allows some sort of hybrid fashion. I'm hoping we'll know more soon, but we do have to advertise for the June meeting next week. So we're going to advertise two means, unless we find something else ahead of time, in person and virtual, and then with an update on the agenda. So
where would in person be, at City Hall or?
Therein lies the $1 million question.
Yeah.
Depends on
Cannot be at the
availability.
VNA.
Cannot, yeah, no, can't do
Will
that.
not be at the VNA.
No. So yeah, so that's what it depends on. It depends on our available rooms, right? Because really the only one that we can hold it in that's big enough and allows people to space out enough, despite people having vaccinations, is council chambers, and I don't know if that's taken up. And then if it is taken up, we have to figure out some alternative. Maybe that's a new room at the high school, but I don't know what that landscape looks like at this point.
Okay.
So I'll keep you posted though.
The other thing we discussed after last month was a time limit on public comment. Because at last month we had extended public comment and people kept on going on and on and on, hard to shut them off. So in future, what we'll be doing is we'll be putting, when we have public comments, putting a timer on it, like all the other meetings do. We've never done that, but put a time limit on it.
Yeah. It's 2 minutes is the standard. And
Yeah.
Charlotte has she can present
time.
something if it's on screen that's, a countdown. Yeah.
Great.
All right. Well, if somebody would like to move to close the meeting,
Motion to adjourn.
motion to adjourn. Seconder,
I second.
Adam seconds. In favor? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody, and
Thank you, Mr.
congratulations,
Chairman.
guys. Thank you.
Thank
If
you.
I can help, let me know. Okay?
Thank you.
Hey, everyone.
Thank you all.
Bye-bye.